RCGP loves Great Britain. So much so, on August the 5th, 2022, we're coming home for some British hijinks and all-out nitro buggy racing action.
Good morning to all and sundry. How are you this fine morning? It's a great day to be whoever you are. Welcome indeed to the wonderful world of Barcelos here in sunny Portugal. We are up very early, as you are who are watching and listening with us, because we're starting the day today with the top 3 heats of qualifying. So thank you to invisiblespeed.net, S-Works RCGP series. And we're just waiting for the first heat. The first heat would be Bruno Coelho, David Ronald Falcon, Burak Kilic, Oscar Baldo, Daniel Parente, Lee Martin, Renaud Savoia, Jorn Neumann, Ricardo Montero, Hugo Tavernon, Miguel Matias and Joseph Quagreen. As they take to the track. The sun is absolutely in my eyes, by the way, and I can't see the track really. I can't actually see too much of the monitoring screens you got either. So this is going to be Heat 10. Coelho, Ronald Falcon, Burak Kilic, Oscar Baldo, Daniel Parente, Lee Martin, Renaud Savoia, Jorn Neumann, Ricardo Montero, Zed, Miguel Matias, and JQ. Now remember, we've had 3 rounds of qualifying already. Unfortunately, due to the complex nature of how they do it, it's very hard to tell you who's where because they've decided to do it in ones and ones and ones and ones and ones. So everyone's qualifying well. But let's just say we've had 3 rounds. We've had 3 different top qualifiers. Juan Carlos Canas top qualified round 1. Burak Kilic surprisingly top qualified round 2. They're both Kilic brothers been quick the whole way through. And round 3 was top qualified by Bruno Coelho. Which means it's still wide open as to who will end up with TQ. Ongaro yet to really show his form, a couple of second or third places in class and a wipeout in round 3. Ronald Falc's been quick on the ground but made a mistake in 2 of the 3 heats, and his third one wasn't, he got a 5, which is good. One thing we've learned is this track is very much a track which a lot of the drivers are quite good at, so there's no huge spread in time. So if you make a small mistake, it drops you a huge distance back from where you should be. So coming up to coming up to the start of this one, let's look at the fuel. I'll see if I can see if Zach can start giving me some car-tastic action. We are about a minute before they start this one. It's very early. Welcome to we got very early. I think you're sure you did as well. So next car over. Let's see if someone's actually not going to go for fuel. They haven't started yet, remember. This is Ronald Falcon going for fuel. And very deceptive, actually, where they're going to go for fuel. You have to watch them actually go in. Oh, there goes car 1 down the straight. There we are. So that is Coelho. I've got a car coming out. And so those of you who haven't joined us before, I'd be surprised if you just joined us the first time at 8 in the morning or 9 in the morning if you're in Europe for this one. But that's Coelho in the X-Ray, the traditional orange and white colours. And as he takes his run around the track, so he's up and over and into the back rollers. Turning down, there's a big drop. There's a big drop, that one, into the S, and he's going to go past where we are. I'll go past commentary corner there, and that's the pit and exit, and the two green stripes, the timing loops, both of them. Then up and over the big single. They don't try and fly it. Apparently you can fly it, but it's a bit dangerous, so people aren't doing it in qualifying. Perhaps in the races we'll see them try and do a double or triple off that one. This is the switchback. Up on the mini tabletop, and then they come to the almost 180. It's got a huge drop. The camera being where it is does flatten this track, but the elevation, the up and down, is absolutely massive. There's probably a 10-metre drop from the highest point, which is here, to the lowest point, which you can see in the far end. So with the sun currently shining in the second camera's eyes, it's a little bit of a stark picture, but it does give you an idea of how hot and how sunny it is around here. Sun shines down the main straight at the start of the day, and then gradually goes over the top of the building, so it starts to effectively be above the drivers by midday. At the moment, they're probably okay. I don't think the sun's in their eyes. It's always something to bear in mind when you're building a track. So anyway, Coelho's gone round to complete his first lap now. This will be his first lap in the books, and Coelho does a 33.7, a 33.5 from Burak Kilic. So Burak, of course, picked up a TQ in the round, so we're kind of hoping we might somehow see a 10-lapper, but you need to average 33 and a third seconds to get it, and whilst we close, I think it was a 2 point something yesterday by Coelho. So let's leave him when he gets to the normal place here, Zach, and we'll try and pick up somebody else just out of interest. So next car along, that's 3, and that is our leader, Burak Kilic. Kilic currently on for a 9.5026, which would put him about 4 tenths off Bruno's pace. Bruno's pace a little bit off, actually. He's not made a mistake, but yeah, the way the predictor works, if you have a lap that's half a second down, it then decides that every single one of your laps from then onwards is going to be half a second down. But he's in absolute times. Kilic is a second and a half ahead of Ricardo Montero, with Savoia in third. So Renault's made an improvement overnight. He was struggling all yesterday, not with any particularly good times. So absolutely densely packed field here. We've got 3 heats of top drivers, and of those 36, you have to say there's at least 25, perhaps even 30, who could make that top 16. The top 16 being key because that's straight into the semi-finals tomorrow. It's a bit of a weird day for these top drivers. They qualify now first in the morning, and then they go back out again just before lunch. They're about 4 hours twiddling their thumbs, and that's it for the day, because we have a few lower finals, and they come back again, and then they won't race again if they're straight in the semi-finals for about 24 hours. The next time they get on the track is the semi-warm-up just before lunch. So after all the action the first 2 or 3 days, it all kind of comes to a very slow grinding halt for a day for these guys. Killick's looking particularly good. He's got traffic, which is always a problem. We saw how Figueiredo lose a really good time in the first round through traffic. I mean, it's some just because you end up pacing. Now, he's trying to overtake Ronald Falcon. Now, I'm not sure how much Ronald Falcon's going to want Kilic past him. Well, the answer is he's happy to do it, so that's very sporting of David, because that's Ronald Falcon admitting he's not going to get himself particularly high in this one. Drop back and pick up Ronald Falcon, who's next along. So Ronald Falcon in the number 2, the green car. It's interesting, David, because he's kind of sort of been there. He's never been the Ronald Falcon on the blistering edge you expect to see. And the fact he's got other cars behind makes me think he's made a bad setup choice this morning, because that car is, whilst not slow, in fact he's currently down a second, just doesn't look very quick. And there's somebody else trying to get past him. I'm not sure who that is. Ooh, and that was well, we got away with it. That was kind of a weird error there by the 3 car, I think. So, Coelho, Ronald Falcon. I think it's Oscar Baldo who's right behind him. So a few people have made some changes overnight, and that's really improved things. Oh. Jumping up and around. So, Kilic from Ronald Falcon, from Baldo from the Silver. So, Ronald Falcon, who's not looked particularly in shape this race, it just goes to prove how things can be slightly deceptive. Coelho pops into second. So, Kilic has finished on a, oh my lord, 5:0.87. We got within half a second of 5. So, Burak absolutely flying. Ronald Falc's finished as well on a 5:03, 5:08 for Oscar Baldo. Ricardo Montoya, I think Coelho's still yet to come in. I think Coelho might ping into second or might come in. Where is he? There he goes. Not yet. Where is he? There he goes in second. Oh, just got it in the end. So Coelho just got second on the last lap. So Burak Kilic, who already has one TQ, goes 9:50.5. So we've got within half a second of a 10. Coelho second on a 4:29. Sorry, on a I'm reading the forecast. So it's 4:08.0877 for Kilic. Coelho has a 3:139. And the thousands do count because I think Coelho lost second by a few thousands. Ronald Falcon has a 4:047. It's a good time. 4:047 would have topped 2 of the 3 rounds yesterday, but obviously this morning is a little bit quicker. Oscar Baldo on a 9, so the track is a tiny bit faster this morning. We may see that magic 10. We've got within half a second of it there. And there are 2 candidates in this one for it as well, with, well, probably more than 2. There's even Birkin Kilic, who I think is actually faster than Burak, but hasn't managed to put the thing on the track properly yet. Let's have a little looky at... Morning to Brian Crawley. Hello to Pit Dragon Scary. Hello, Ross Williams. Hello, Brian Crawley. It's been beautiful weather here in Retford as well. Hello, Oddball Photo and Video. Nice to see you. B3MD86 this is JQ apparently. It's JQ, not David. Isn't that JQ and not Ronald Falcon? So JQ's got a weird log on, I think. Who knows? Is it JQ? No, it's Ronald Falcon. Oh no, this is JQ. I don't know. That's a confusing message. And Matt Guppy this morning to him. Hello, Matt. How are you? How's life in the quarry? First slug of water of many in this very, very hot environment. Hello to all of you who are joining. Thank you all for getting up early for us. It's going to be a bit of a different day with big gaps in the middle. So we don't, as you know, we're not having moving camera for everything these days. So there'll be some points. There may actually be a point where we have to go off and actually just leave you with pictures and ambient sound this morning as we are preparing. We're preparing for something, aren't we, James? What are we preparing for?
I don't know. What are we preparing for, Nick?
You've got to big it up. You big it up.
Big it up.
We're preparing for the most amazing show, aren't we?
Oh, this?
Yes.
This is the greatest show.
Oh.
One of them.
Oh, that's copyright. Oh, we got copyright. We've got copyright. We're so good we got copyright strike.
Yeah. Copyright strike for my singing.
No.
We're doing a studio show on Saturday for Finals Day. Something a bit different. We're covering it differently this time. It should be good. It allows us to give you extra content, show you some of the things we've been creating in the week, such as interviews, some sexy montage videos of the facilities, which is a very good facility. It's worth showing off and what's the word I'm looking for? It's too early for me to put words together.
That's cool. I don't know where you're going. Yeah, the idea really is we're going to produce a show from the semi-finals onwards, which is going to be the sort of show you can show people who don't know about RC, perhaps motorsport fans or casual sports fans. We'll actually pick up. We're going to explain what's going on. We're going to introduce the personalities. We're going to show what goes on behind the scenes, and intermingled with that is going to be the high-quality racing in the semi-final, the final, the junior final, and the senior final. So there's going to be, and it's going to be run by the studio show, run by Matt back in, well, I'll say London. It's not. It's Nottingham. It's not London, England. It's Nottingham. And we're going to be here
with Frank McKinney.
With Frank, so you're getting the whole team, and we'll be here doing this stuff on location. It should be good fun. But we are doing quite a lot of prep for it, which involves all of us wandering off and filming and recording things.
Yes.
Which obviously, as there's a limited amount of time in the day, means we may have to just give you a bit of. We'll be back in an hour.
Static cam.
Followed with static cam, and we'll give you ambient noise. You always get that. You can hear the roar of the two-stroke nitro.
It sounded a bit Jim Bowen then, a bit bullseye. You've got ambient noise, that's yours. But do you want to play for the moving camera?
Love it, 70s reference from someone else apart from me. James Parry, take a bow.
Talking off and wondering of doing things, seeing as we can't use our second camera at the moment because the sun is burning its retina off, I'm just going to go and look for a position for this third camera, which is almost ready to go out.
Okay.
Back in a minute.
Okay. So, next one up is this second qualifying heat. So it's Juan Carlos Canas in 1, Davide Ongaro in 2, 3 is Oscar Navarro, 4 is Birkin Kilic, the younger of the Kilic brothers, Elliot Boots 5, Andrea Trevisan is 6, Habsburg 7, Giuseppe Tiscioni is 8, Pedro Gomez 9, Peli Comsi is 10, Alejandro Perez is 11, and Carlos Duarez is in 12. So give me a car, any car. Well, give me a car when I know which one it is. Next one down the hill that doesn't go for fuel. Here it comes. Who is it? Oh, it's a bit of a wait. Could be anybody. It's very exciting, this, isn't it? Who's it going to be? We're going to put on the... It's car number 2. It's Davide Ongaro. It's a lucky boat break. It's straight off with Ongaro. This isn't... He hasn't started the timing yet. This is his last warm-up lap. So, off he goes. He's started, he's running. And Ongaro, who had third place in round 1 and 2 yesterday. And then a complete blow. I think he got a 5-second penalty as well. So, including a penalty. But now... Here he goes. Up and over. Right, so... Through the S-bend, up now on that little double. That's the commentary corner. Over time in square. We plunge down the hill. It really is a long way down the hill. And he hops through that section. And now just moves a little bit through the switchback to the lower tabletop. Flies sideways. And that first lap for Ongaro was a 33.6. That's absolutely on where he needs to be. Others coming in with laps 33.6, 33.5. Ongaro, Boots 33.6. 33 Canas, so it's and Birkenkill at 33.8. So there's a lot of extra. There's a bit of extra pace in the track this morning. Hasn't quite warmed up. It's not a huge difference. It's obviously a very, very stock standard surface. So we'll let David go at the top of this point here, and we'll wait for the next person of interest. That's it. Take that next car, which is the 4, and that is Birkin Kilic, the younger of the Kilic brothers, with the Mugen. Nice little turn around that end high tabletop. A good front end on that car, isn't it? Really turning nicely. You have balance the grip. And certainly the balance here for Birkin decided to get is a very reactive front end. Currently running 4th. No obvious problems. Everyone else is running quite quickly. This is a very quick heat at the moment. I think we're going to see people close to Burak's time and certainly inside Coelho's time, which was 3-1. So making hay where the sun shines. These top European drivers. We've got an absolute full house of the best of Europe. Anyone you really would expect to be in the main A-main is here, and some obviously new names. So the Kilic brothers have used those 2 years of COVID growth well. and absolutely leapt to the top of the tree. Now 18 and 16. This is a 16-year-old Birkin we're looking at. So he comes up and over that big single. I saw that single. I thought, they're going to be flying. That's going to be a fantastic shot. But nope, they can't make the landing. So they all just kind of roll over it in a kind of a I'm a novice racer sort of way. Let's leave Birkin when we get to the normal place, and we'll see if we can pick after him. Not this one. Oh. It just fell off in front of me in the 12 car. It was quite amusing. So that's JQ with the green hair marshalling. Yeah, the third one of those, the third one of those. The blue car, that is Oscar Navarro, Spaniard. There's a big Spanish team here, as well as a reasonably large, well, very large Portuguese team, obviously, but there's a very big Spanish team. The surprising is there's very few Germans. The German team's tiny. I think it's 4 drivers. From a country, with Danny Reckwood and a couple of others that dominated this championship in the past, it's really surprising. Obviously, once again, you see, don't quite fly it, just hop it. So Navarro actually, a bit further back, Navarro's actually doing okay, but it's just everyone else is doing so much better. It's a really fast heat. So forecast at the moment, it's Ongaro from Kilic. Ongaro forecast into second at the moment. Kanasic come through. Kanasic is into third, and Kilic is also, I think, right on the edge of being better than Coelho from the last heat. But the interesting thing is, this is just microseconds. It's just there's no one out there dominating this event, which just makes you think the finals are going to be in the semi-finals are going to be absolutely amazing. Because and that's not good. That's not good at all. So he's just taken the landing. Just short shifted, and they just got to try to turn it around. So if you get that rhythm wrong, even the best can have problems. As the others begin to finish. Thank you to the Heap R Pro replay. And it's Ongaro who's taken it with a 1.335. That puts him second. It's Birkin Kilic, not as quick as his brother. Did a Canassi 2.63. And then you've got Birkin Kilic on a 3.459. All those are inside. I think they're inside Coelho, aren't they? Yeah. No, Coelho 3.139. So Coelho's ahead of Kilic. So Coelho's currently running in fourth. Good time for Tosconi as well in fifth. Boots in fourth. There's plenty of points. But these people, obviously, what they're trying to do is scrap into the top 16. And that really is the reason behind it. Can I get into the top 16? Obviously, you'd rather be higher up in the the semi-final starting point, but just get in the semi-final and work yourself out from there. You've got 20 minutes at that point rather than 5.
This is all very well watching the top guys, but I've got some more important news.
Ooh, go on.
The portaloos have been cleaned and emptied.
Really? They put more water in them?
I believe so.
That's unbelievable news.
It's being done as we speak.
Unbelievable news.
It's the best news.
The sweat hole of Barcelos is being reduced to just unpleasant, rather unpleasant and smelly.
The death boxes.
Mm.
Who took that? As I was...
it was
look across.
Ongaro. You can't, because that's the next one.
Oh.
It's Ongaro, but it wasn't faster than Burak. Burak hits on the cusp of getting a second TQ.
Oh.
Which would mean that he would be possible ultimate top qualifier, but wouldn't necessarily have it.
Did you run a replay whilst I was gone?
Mm-hmm.
Steady.
If you've given me those buttons, baby, I'm going to use them.
That's what they're there for. Talking a bit of technical on air. I think we should have a pit and driver shot hanging out over the rostrum, looking across.
Hanging out.
Yeah, because where camera 1 is, there's power. If we can somehow split it,
we can, because we've got a 4-way.
Yeah. and then I think we should just run that there, because that's going to be not integral, but a great shot for the finals as well.
Okay. As long as there's no one gets upset by it.
No. It's, no, it'd be fine. There's only one way to find out.
I have another technical conversation to have with you. I thought we'll have that one off there. It's only minor.
Oh dear.
It's a minor question. Yeah, because basically I'm quite impressed actually on air, because we had 25 minutes when we arrived to get everything up and running.
I think it was a record.
We haven't got down to we haven't quite got the air conditioning running long enough to reduce the sweatbox element of this place, but within about an hour and a half it'll be quite pleasant in there. And by the time we come to do the second set of these top heats, I'll be complaining my arm's cold.
Turn the aircon round. I know it makes you cold, but I can't. I need something. Oh, thank you. Oh, that's better.
It is really hot here. It's not as bad as Italy for when we did RCGP, because it's got a breeze, which makes it a bit nicer. It's fresh. The air is fresh, but it is so hot.
It's very hot. So
I better look at what there's been any sexy comments or any ordinary comments in fairness. I hope they. Let's go boots. He went all right. Brian Corey says it's good for newcomers. Absolutely, that's the whole point of our. Whole point really.
The Saturday show.
Saturday show, yeah.
That is absolutely the point. Because as much as we love bringing you all the live action to the regulars, to the long-standing members of the RCTV and EFRA community, we also have a responsibility to look to the wider audience, to the newcomers, to people who aren't aware of this sport and this industry, and that is one of the whole points of the Saturday show.
Yes. And all of you who are looking for the Saturday show who are 1/8 IC fans, I recommend you set aside next Saturday.
Why?
We're
What's
going
happening?
we're going to be doing the same again, but for a different type of RC. I think the visually most similar to full-scale racing, which is called large-scale touring car, which always produces excellent racing, from Fiorano, the home of Ferrari.
Mm-hmm.
So we'll be doing a big show on that to make it interesting and better. So you've got Robert Battle in 1, reigning European champion Ricardo Berton in 2, Marco Barofalo in 3, Hal Figueiredo's been quick but unlucky in 4, Una Hatton in 5, Max Gotzel, the Euro B winner, in 6, Brian Baldo in 7, that's where the World Championships will be at his track in Redovan in September. Johnny Skidmore, the UK champion, in 8, Alex Anchetin, now mostly recovered from his broken leg, in 9, Pekko Ivanen, who has the nicest mother in the world, in 10, and Andre Bento in 11. And Clement Boda hasn't actually triggered the timing yet.
Still in bed.
So he's either not here, had a problem, or there was a transponder issue. But so you're a Clement Boda fan. He's currently not registered as having. Oh no, he's taught. He's got. Oh, mum, I'm late. And she said, "Are you doing your homework?" He said, "Oh, go on, why don't you go?" He was let out. He didn't have to walk the dog this morning. He was all right because he was running late.
These stories from
the world of my imagination. World of my imagination. Anyway.
You know what, Alex Anchetti, if it's the guy I think it is, recovering the broken leg, I don't know why, and I know shouldn't stereotype, he looks very British. Whenever I see him, I want to, I think if I talk to him, he's just going to be British.
I think he looks Welsh.
Welsh?
He's got that tinge of Welshness to him. I don't want to have a go at him. He's Italian. He might either think that's a fantastic compliment or feel terribly offended by it. Normally, if you tell anyone in the whole of the Western world they look, or in any world they look English, they get very offended. But Welsh, you're probably a bit safer with. Okay, let's see if we can pick someone up. Next car in front of me, who is car number 8. He's going down the track that we are. So that's the 8th car of Johnny Skidmore.
Oh, sorry, just a quick one. Have you seen a message from producer Matt?
Yes.
About grit roll? That's
yes,
fine.
The problem is that everyone, as I was chatting to JQ yesterday, everyone's dialed the grip roll out.
Oh.
They're grip rolling for Britain. Oh, sorry, for Portugal on the first practice days, but they've all kind of grip rolled, and they've done that by lowering their roll centres. See, I listened to what he said.
Okay.
So we haven't got grip rolling pictures, unfortunately, because they're not doing it. But if I see one, a reticent grip roll, I'll be right out there with one.
Is that the kind of tip that you'd find out from signing up to Invisible Speed?
It's exactly 100% the type of information you find out, and why you should do it, and also obviously why there are also disadvantages to do it on other tracks, which is why you have higher roll centres on other tracks. I'm not going to tell you what that is because I don't know, because I haven't done the course.
Well, it would be great wouldn't it, if there was an offer that would save you a bit of money?
What, you could learn this for less money than before?
Well, it'd be nice.
Well, I've heard, and don't quote me this, if you go to invisiblespeed.net, as in the top left-hand corner, that's www.invisiblespeed.net, there's a 20% off of the courses of the whole
No.
Yes.
What are the chances?
Well, just lucky, isn't it? So off crossing the line now, Johnny Skidmore. He just missed the first one. 35-1. That's just not the pace you need to be, Johnny. And then there doesn't seem to be any real problem. Skidmore not really adjusting too well to this international circuit. Dominated the UK Championships last year, but like a lot of racers in the UK, and whilst he's massively improved in the last couple of years, he's not had the chance to watch international racing. So this is a steep learning curve. Although the Skidmores have raced, in Bs and such like for a number of years, but going straight into the Euro 8 as a name and getting into the top heat, it's a different world. And pace awful. That's the whole point. It's not awful. He's just done a 34, which is great, but you just got to bang them in. Up at the top, no one's going super quick. I think they're just waiting for them to come through. Figueiredo's on a 5:06. Pecco even is on a 5:06. What's happened to Battle? Battle's on a 5:14. I think there've been a number of errors we've not seen in these first couple of laps. So this heat. In fact, this heat hasn't really produced the same amount of top scores as the first two heats. There's no reason for that. It's not the third best of the three heats. They're completely moved around. For Figueiredo on for 5:06, Baruffa on a 5:06, even on a 5:06 on 4A, not having got one obviously. So let's. So we've got a breakdown of the 9 car, which is Alexandre Chetin. Welsh or not, his car's broken. So let's let this one, let Johnny go at the normal place. And the next car along. Why is it a long wait sometimes? Very colourful, I think it's going to be this one. And it is the number 4. Oh, it was the number 4. Replay. But just as we came to do him, we managed to curse car number 4 of Hal Figueiredo. It's actually our leader. He got so excited to be on the camera, he thumped the tyre in front of us and lost about 2 seconds doing that. It seems like an age, it's 2 seconds, but 2 seconds is, knocks him out of. This is a very slow heat. Right? And do not know what's happened to the people in this heat, but then no one is. The fastest estimated time is a 5:07. We've had like 6 people inside that in one heat previously. 5 in one heat previously. So Figueiredo can feel quite hard done by. He's on for what would have been a TQ or at worst a second in round 1, and got involved in. First of all, he got stuck behind a back marker, and then another back marker took him out. Well, didn't really take it. Just didn't get out of the way, and should have done. It was Clement Boda. He was told to do it. The faster car coming through, and they just tangled. And Figueiredo lost 2 or 3 seconds, which is a huge amount. It's 5 or 6 places, if not more. Figueiredo consistent, and as you can see, he's now not hitting the tyres, but he's now on for a 5:05, so 33.3.
13 heats or 12?
12. We go back to heat 1 after this. And we run through 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. And then they go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Which is why these guys don't go back on again for nearly 4 hours, which is quite a long way.
I'll go and have a look at the cable issue that we seem to be having with the camera.
Yes, that's the conversation I want to have with you. I think when this heat is finished, I shall tell you what I think we should do. And you will either agree with me or say that we're ridiculous.
Okay.
Because we're going to go to, obviously, static cameras for a bit. And then we're going to go to cameras and noise for a bit whilst we do some work. And then we are going to sort out these technical issues for a bit. But, I'm quite impressed with you on air, to be honest.
Don't say that.
Well, no, when we were stuck behind the roadworks on a level crossing, I was thinking this could go quite badly wrong. Yes,
yeah, that thought did cross my mind this morning.
So Figueiredo is about to finish up his run, and he does it in a 9:5:04. So he improved it in the end, but that's like a 7th or 8th time, but he is the leader. Pecco Ivanen, that's very good on an 8:7. Robert Battle nowhere, 5:10. Ewan Hatton finished on a 5:12. Marco Barufalo moves up on a 5:7. Burton on a 5:9. They're not bad times for themselves. Johnny Skidmore gets a 5:9, so that will be probably his best time. But, you know, 9s and 10s don't do nothing. You need a 0 or 1, don't you? That's what we've decided anyway.
Yes. I didn't hear the conversation, but yes.
No, I like that. I like it when you blindly agree with me.
Just yes.
Yes. What do you think? I think yes.
I think yes.
So what we're going to do now is we're going to have a little bit of an ad talk from our sponsors while I pull up the rank listing. Was it heat listing? No, the qualifying run for so far. So come back in a few seconds and I'll tell you exactly who's where on the qualifying.
RCGP loves Great Britain. So much so, on August the 5th, 2022, we're coming home for some British hijinks and all-out nitro buggy racing action.
Okie smoky. Right, so anyway, we are back. Okay, so the way the ranking lists run when you haven't completed a round is a little bit difficult to work out. So what I'm going to do first of all is I'm going to try and work out who came where in that round, and then I'll tell you where we are overall.
Right.
So, Burak Kilic has got his second TQ. He was the fastest in the round. He gets a 0 points. David Ongaro was second. Juan Carlos Canas was third. Bruno Coelho was fourth. Hal Figueiredo was 7th, Ronald Falcon was 6th, Burton Kilic was 5th, I'm sorry, that's where I'm reading it. 9th was Barufalo, Burton was 12th, 8th was Boots. This is his best run for Boots into 8th, so I'm trying to miss some of these numbers out, but I'm looking down to see whether they're scanning in. Evening got a 10th, it's his best one so far. Oscar Bowler got 11th, his best so far. Johnny Skidmore got a 13. Which improves his overall score. 60th, Pele Clumsy was one of his best 2 results. 19th, Renault Savoy. So we're still just looking out of sorts. Okay, so that's the overall thing. So another win for Kilic. So currently the score of the points of everything else is Burak Kilic is on with 2 out of 4 counting. Is your TQ man at the moment with 0 points. Bruno Coelho is second with 2 points. Juan Carlos Canas is third with 3 points. Now, any of those drivers can end up TQ because if either Coelho or Juan Carlos Canas win their round, it then goes on to fastest individual time, which as we know is currently Kilic's 5:0.5. So Kilic is very much the pound seats, as we say, because of the fact that it's getting much hotter when they go out later. And we see it's a little bit slower. So Kilic looking pretty good for picking up TQ at the European Championships. So it's Kilic, Coelho, Juan Carlos Canas. Ongaro currently running in 4th. Figueiredo overall in 5th. 6th overall is Ronefalk. Burton Kilic, the younger Kilic brother, is in 7th. Robert Battle is in 8th. And there's a kind of 9th is Marco Barufalo. 10th is the reigning European champion Ricardo Burton. 11th is Jorn Neumann, who's doing very well. In not his favourite class. 12th is the youngster from Spain, Daniel Parente. Elliot Boots runs 13th. Ricardo Montero is 14th. Yoon Hatton is 15th. Pekko Even and the young Finn is 16th. He's on the bubble. That's the one that counts, the 16th position. They're the ones who get in the semis. 17th and not in the semis is Oscar Baldo. 18th is Johnny Skidmore. 19th is Andrea Trevisan. And 20th overall is Hampus Berg. And that's where we are. Though there is the 21st driver, which is Jordan Lott, is one of the guys who hasn't gone out yet. He's in a different sector. So he's the first of the people in the 7, 8, 9 heats who hasn't yet run out. So he's probably going to be I think it's a bit unfortunate because the track will be a bit warmer, but it's only microsecond difference. So, looking like we may have a surprise pole sitter, or TQ, not pole sitter, not that part yet, in Birkenkilich. Cars look very good, very balanced, and good performance all in. Oh, I've got to pray I'm being called up for misidentification earlier. I mistook JQ's car for David's car. I can flagellate myself for that one. Hello, Andrew Selvargi. How are you? Tuning in from Melbourne. Hello to Steve Chartler. How are you go? Boots did have a better run. Patu, I hope Ronald Falcon or JQ wins. Henry Christian, what surface, what material? It's a mud base with a clay top with a sealed surface on top. So it's a very sealed, rough clay surface, but the track is beginning to rubber in, so the tyre wear is dropping down quite a lot. Hi guys to RC Basher. Says you can't wait to see Robert Battle next week in Bischofferman for the Rhine-9 race. Steve Charlton immediately changed Let's Go Skidmore from being Let's Go Boots. Hello to Estancio Cinco Benavente. Brian Coy, these motors, they lubricant. Yes, well, they do actually kick out oil and stuff. It's not dramatic amounts, but obviously after a couple of, several days of running, you get a big old groove, and the groove is caused not by the tyres but by the engines. So they are laying down all sorts of stuff. So this grey groove you can see in the centre, that's the racing line, and that's put there with a combination of bits of rubber but mostly the oil and everything else. Just makes it more sustains the track. It doesn't kind of take much of the grip away from it. Good morning to Gerard Paul. Good morning to Pit Dragon Scary. I am scared. So this is the first heat. We're just not running with the moving camera at the moment. And the guys are out there doing a little bit of extra putting stuff around. We are moving this particular camera because we're just trying to get to the bottom of a slight technical problem we had with it earlier on. So this is James doing camera work, I think. Oh no, it's back. It's back with Zach. Wow. I'm sure what Zach wants to know is whether this is working or not. We haven't got those stutters. Haven't got them so far. It's notable how much slower this car is. And I'll tell you who it is in a second. Who is obviously from Heat 1, than the people we saw a minute ago from Heat 12. And I actually forgot to look then. I was so entranced by the camera not jumping. Oh. The inside. They just started this one. Very, very relaxed sort of running on it. Oh, he's upside down. He's upside down. Oh, and he's off the track. So this car is broken. Oh, that's one way to get around the corner, isn't it? Bump, 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 blip, and there I am, around the corner. It's fun looking for car 11. of another Coelho, but it's not Bruno Coelho, it's Tiago Coelho, who's +4. I don't think his relation. Coelho's a very, very common name in Portugal. I don't think it's quite as common as Smith or anything, but it's quite common. Does appear to be mostly on the edge of an accident most of the time, but managed to avoid having it on some of the time. Turning sharp, flying well. Down the straight they go. Oh, that was an accident. Tiago there. Just off the side and a bad landing. Bang. There was a zoom in of shame from Zach there, as the car waggled its wheels in despair. And they finished? No, it's his last lap. So, Heat 1 finishes. There's your results. Santo Valdemar, Hugo Coino, Joe Coelho, Jan Eichhorn, Marvin de Groot. So 2 Dutch guys in this one. Bernardo Neto, Sergio Gomez, Sergio Bamonde, Paulo Almero, Jose Ribeiro. That was your runners and riders. Okay. James has got a very aggressive looking piece of kit he's holding at the moment. It's beeping at me now. Oh, it's warm. Oh, it's working. It's working because they're looking to rig a different camera up. So hot. It's taking a very long time to cool this room down. It's taking a long time to cool this room down. The damn sun's in our eyes. It's the same tomorrow morning. So just to remind you again of what's going on now, we're on heat 2. We're going to count up all the way to 9, and then that's because we've had the top 3 heats already, and then they will stop and they'll go from 1 to 12 again. So by my reckoning, and it's also called the timetable, the top heats will be back on again at about about 20 to 1 local time, so 20 to 2. 22 on the I was like, there's 20-1 on the UK, and Portugal, and 20-2 in glorious Central Europe. And then obviously if you aren't in those two time zones, you can use your calculator to work out when it is. But it's a few hours away, because we're actually only at 9:15 now. So it's about 3¼ hours until the top guys are back out again. So more chaos now as the second heat goes off. To go right at the end of the pit lane, there's something emitting smoke. I thought it was someone vaping at the moment, but it's actually someone very regularly timing their exhaust puffs as such. So there are your runners and riders for Heat 2. Joel Suarez, Kim Einhardt, Carlos Fonseca, Juha Salaman, Luis Rees, Juuso Tyrinen, Hugo Prata, not checked in yet, doesn't mean he's not here. Goncalo Krista, Cohen Littlecup, and Nuno Vieira. So, no moving camera at the moment, maybe because the cameraman is trying to stand on the roof. They're trying to place the camera in a more precarious environment. I've stood on that roof, it's fine, it'll take your weight, sort of. What's the worst that can happen? You fall through I've fallen through a roof. Again, when we did, one of the first things we ever did when we were filming for the one... it was actually the 12th World Championships in Bangkok in 2008, when they used to have the 12th and the 10th at the same time. And on the 12th, we had to rush through together. The position we had was actually on a sort of a roof, but it was a kind of a balcony of a roof. But it wasn't like a balcony in a building. It was like it was weird bit. The roof had a balcony, but you had to get across it. So we were running along. I was running a little bit late, and I had to hop through the window of someone's house. Remember that? It's a weird track that was like a house and a track, like a lot of Bangkok places are. So, and I just put my foot in the wrong place, went my foot straight through the roof. The tiles collapsed on my foot, and most of it fell into the food that the sort of the Thai granny was making beneath it. The thing was, they all apologised for me for putting my foot through their roof, which I thought was quite impressive. And then we hopped across and we filmed the thing. But yeah. Just weird stuff. Stuff you when you don't for long enough, you've fallen through a roof. That's what happens. Braceway 1 says, Nick, would you agree, assuming most people tune in to watch the Top Heat finals and with the Top Heat only running twice a day, 10 minutes, that the race meeting format is not very media friendly? Couldn't agree more. However, that is IFMAR qualifying for you, and if you try and move people from IFMAR qualifying, they are not happy about it. They want to have this qualifying period, they want to run the cars around their own, they want to race against the clock, and it's a weird situation. However, on the flip side, how else do you qualify in RC terms 120 people or 140 people here? Because everyone has, it's not just, everyone has a right to take part in the point about it is egalitarian is the European Championship. We might think we know who's going to win, but there's nothing to say that, Jaap van Barry Middelmaas from Holland might turn up and be fantastic. We haven't heard of him. It's unlikely, but there's no reason why he should be excluded just because we haven't heard of him. I don't think he's a top driver. The format is difficult. It's only interesting to RC people. 100%. Couldn't agree more there. And obviously, if you look at RCGP, sponsor of this event, that's something that's been looked to be changed. But to change it for RCGP, you have to select a number of drivers to take part in the RCGP area. Now that's, up to 4. There's 6 teams this year. There can be 7, so there's up to 14 drivers. Those 14 drivers are selected by sponsors, and obviously it's not. It is not a meritocracy. It is actually people are chosen. So it's not. It's by no means the 14 best drivers in the world. Not that that you wouldn't know who the 14 best drivers in the world, because it's it's a constantly moving button, and it depends on where you are in the country and the world and what you think about. Maybe there's the kind of the nebulous top 25 rankings, but they are a guide at best. It's a little bit weighted towards the US because there's more big US races, but I think it's an interesting situation, really. I think what do you do? I mean, people talk long and hard. I think RCGP is a media-friendly format. That's the point of it, is that you have everything is a race. So there's no qualifying. The races, we have 3 rounds of qualifying racing during the day. That's actual racing. It's not qualifying. You don't have to have a degree in maths to understand it. It's just whoever gets the first wins it. Then you have either a couple of 15-minute finals, or you have an hour-long final approximately, and all this done on shorter than average days, certainly shorter than American days. Depending on the number of RC2 entries, we're always finished by. Well, we try to finish by 6 local. Sometimes it's 6:30 local. We don't start super early. We start at 8:30. We try and start earliest at 9, perhaps 9:30. And that is one way of doing it. But at that point, by doing that, by narrowing down the field, you take away the concept of the European Championship, because you're just saying, or World Championship, because you're just saying these are the drivers we've selected to take part. Whereas, when we get to the Worlds in September, there'll be 150 to 180 drivers from all around the world, and the qualifying will be even duller because it'll be even longer. But there will be more top drivers. It's very, very difficult. I think that it's difficult with European Championships to work out how you're going to change them, to be honest. There's an element I always said that we should do qualifying racing, and I actually did a thing where put a whole structure together about how we do qualifying racing, and that went on the EFRA site, and people argued for and argued against it. There's a lot of people who, I think the public would back qualifying racing, where you qualify races, racing in your heats each time. You have a qualifying race, and that gets you where you're going to get to, and it's every race counts. Public would go, yeah, it's a brilliant idea. They'd love it. I would absolutely guarantee you get massive pushback from racers. They're so used to this trolling around qualifying thing now, where they get to their own little thing in their own little world for a few minutes and get very upset if someone gets in their way because they should be let through. It's what you do. It's interesting. It's a very different skill being able to do a 5-minute qualifier than it is doing a 20-minute, half-hour, or 45-minute race. So, I'm not a fan of how this is done, but I don't see a solution to changing it that people will accept, and that's the point. So if you have a dictatorship like RCGP, you can say this is how we're going to do it. And interestingly, all the drivers who come and do RCGP really, really enjoy the format because they're racing the whole time. But I'm not naive enough to realise they come at the end of the day. They've had a great time racing. Are they that concerned if it goes a bit wrong? No. Are they? We get some good arguments and everything else, but it's not the same as I lost the European Championship because of X, Y, Z. I lost a round of RCGP. The point about losing a round of RCGP is there's 7 more in the year, so you can win the other 7. The European Championship is a one-off event each year, and people want to do that, but yeah. So yes, race one. I agree with you both. But I also wish I had a Danish pastry like you've got, to be honest. I think we get. I don't know how many people are watching now. We're on 5 different platforms. It's probably it's a lot. I know it's several hundred. It might even be 1,000. But the numbers for the finals day will be 3 times that, 4 times that. Because people vote with their eyes. There's so much other things you can do. But obviously we move into racing from this afternoon, and everything then counts, and it's a different world. People understand it. You know, if you're qualifying, you turn around and you say, right, what happens here? Well, this is racing, and they're bumping up. What does that mean? Well, it means if you're in the first 4 drivers, you go up to the next final. Oh, what do you mean up to the next final? Well, they've got an A, B, C. I mean, I don't think it helps call it the 136 and 164 finals either, but that's a minor point. It's a point, oh, you go up the 8th, I go up the 16th, I go up the 32nd, you know, I've gone from the B, C and A, you know, I'm up another level in the quarterfinals, that sort of stuff. So, you know, it's a good sort of situation that people can then follow and understand what's going on. Hence the reason that when we do our big programme tomorrow, it'll be from the semi-finals onwards. So you go, it's very simple to explain, right, these semi-finals, 6 from each side go in, and then if you had a bit of bad luck, we've got a last chance qualifier to try and get in. It's all very easy to explain. And also quite exciting. Hello to Martin Owen. Less qualifying and more racing is what we need. I couldn't agree more, but it's down to the racers. And whenever you suggest it, there's some very, very noisy people. There's often is in social media. Very noisy people give you all the reason why it's not a great idea. Reedy formats are good as well for one-off events. They are a little bit complicated, and also I've yet to see a Reedy event that's actually fair. I don't know why, but they never seem to actually manage to get the grid slots fair for everybody. I remember I did a Reedy race. I've done 2 Reedy races formats, and both times I had a selection of really bad. This front, middle, back never happened. I just seemed to be the back the whole time. So I couldn't quite work out why I didn't get it. It's supposed to be equal number and equal positions, and it just never happened. But you know, I'm sure if they can sort that out mathematically, it'd be better. Jeff Parry, if you crash more than once, you're out. Oh, that's an interesting one. We have done that as a fun race. Last man standing, that's called. Of course, be last person standing now. But yeah, I think it is a major problem. I think as you try and, I think it's just this. I think there's nothing wrong with qualifying, but we have it's all out of whack. If you let's look at F1. F1 has 3 practice on a non-sprint day. You've got 3 practice sessions, and we do that. These guys were here for a day for 2 days practicing. That's fine. Did about 7 rounds. But then qualifying is an hour. So qualifying is 2/3 the length of the race. And that was it. An hour. So, and that's how it all took place. But so you got an hour of qualifying. So could you put all 150 cars out for an hour? No, of course you couldn't. So, it's a problem again when you have so many entries. How you then? Because you think about it, actually, the actual qualifying time. Once it takes a long time because of faffing about, they're actually doing 5 heats of 5 minutes. So they actually do 25 minutes of qualifying. So as a percentage of the final, it's actually less than F1 qualifying, the main race. It's spread out. Because the problem is, the 5-minute qualifier, each heat takes 11 minutes with 3 minutes at the front and 3 minutes at the back. And I think, there are elements there which really should be condensed. There's no reason why you need 3 minutes either side of the actual qualifying. These engines do not need massive warm-ups or massive cool-downs, so don't give it to them. Give them a minute. You could easily take 3 minutes off that in and out, easily. You just run things more efficiently. If you think about how quick we turn around electric races, you've got a 5-minute electric race. They have a warm-up now. You don't even need a warm-up. They give it a minute's warm-up. 5-minute race, finished, get off, get out and marshal. So it's 8 minutes for each heat rather than 11 or 12, and that really tightens things up. But again, it's about what we've done forever, and what you have to realise is there is no real feeling within the sport for the major events. So within the IFMAR events or the EFRA events, I can't speak for Raw, I'm pretty sure it's the same for Raw, then they don't see the media coverage certainly the organisers don't. Perhaps the governing body might be changing, but the organisers don't see the media coverage as the most important thing. We're an adjunct to what goes on. And what they have put on is a fantastic meeting. They put on a fantastic meeting with a fantastic facility for the racers and their families to come and enjoy racing in the traditional format. And and this is how it's been done forever. So, prior to live streaming, so prior to 2012, these events happened in exactly the same format with 9 people watching them. Outside of the world, but then they got reported on in the magazine 2 months later, and everyone was very excited about it. But they haven't changed anything format-wise or at all in the past that I know of. Maybe some minor tweaks in the last 20 years. I mean, ever since I went to round-by-round qualify from single FTD, and I couldn't tell you when that was, so that's different in each class. Nothing's changed. And, it's all a bit kind of... What do you want Zach to do? Oh, he's done it. Our third camera is getting some hand signals. But yeah, I mean, it's kind of... I'm kind of on the fence, because obviously what I'd like to see is a Wham Bam Thank You Man 2-day fantastic TV-based event. But I also have taken part in European Championships in 1/12 electric, so I understand the thing, the event of being there and the qualifying and everything else in the finals. I mean, I personally would absolutely prefer, rather than, if you're not in the main final, you don't always get three. Depending on it, you don't always get 3 legs of fun. You certainly don't in off-road racing, but in electrics you can do, or often 3 legs for all the heats. But it's it's a weird. I must dig out what I wrote about qualifying, because I worked out that if you don't make the A final in 1/10 buggy racing, you do 6. Say you're quite good and you're in the B final or the C final at the European Championships in buggy racing at Retford. You were there for 6 days, and that's really 7 days because you ride per other day. You were there for 6 days, and you actually did 10 minutes of actual racing. So the guys who didn't make the A final at Retford attended both classes. In 6 days, did 10 minutes of racing. They did a lot more out of track time, but of actual racing, 10 minutes. And I think that's just, to me, mind-blowing that would happen. Why? But everyone had a great time. Everyone loved being in it. So, how do you change that? Well, you could stretch the itinerary a bit and make all finals 3 legs, which they don't do in off-road. But people like their qualifying. Realistically, a European Championship, even with 100 drivers, should never take more than 2 days. But the point about this is that the people are travelling from all around the world, all around Europe. They want to get their value for money. They don't want to turn up for a couple of days. They want to have 3 days, 4 days. They want to enjoy the place. They want to be able to relax, not go straight into it. So, you're not doing professional races. You're dealing with guys and girls on their own coin, enjoying it. So, it's just, as you can see, I'm having this conversation with myself, really. I'm disagreeing mostly through the conversation, disagreeing with myself, because it really is hard to fix. I personally would love to see a way in which we could, race so much more, because it's just much more exciting. I think, the drivers enjoy it more, but the problem they have is a lot of these top drivers are professionals or trying to be professionals, and because of that, they're fearful of variables. They want to have as much in control as possible, and when you're doing 1-by-1 qualifying, which we're effectively doing, you've got a good referee. It can go wrong, but I've only seen it go wrong once so far to this week. It's all under your control. What everyone who's qualified so far, and it's down to what they've done. Very, very few people will have been affected by an erroneous other car or a problem caused by somebody else. And if you are, you've got drop scores. So even if you have a nightmare with Trevor, it doesn't matter, because Trevor only had a nightmare and only destroyed or hurt one of your heats. You're qualified. You've got 4 others. There's so many more to go. So you take all but what you effectively do is take the variables out. You basically say, right, we've built a world-class facility where the track's going to be consistent, and we've got round-by-round qualifying. So actually, you only need to bother about the other 2 heats near you. So there's only going to be a 20 minutes difference in the track. That's taken that variable out. We've given you loads of practice. That's taken that variable out. There's a warm-up. That's taken that variable out. And you're going to be qualifying one by one. That's taken that variable out. So effectively, these guys have no variables until they get to the finals, and then they have to just rely on their wits. And that's why sometimes the people who do well in finals and not people who do well in qualifying. But that's the point. They're professionals. They've taken all the variables out. If we went to qualifying racing with everything that incurs, there's a massive chance that something could go wrong in a race. They could get involved in an accident with Barry, or a very high quality Barry. The car's broken, they're out. And they're out a day early, and they don't even make the semi-finals. And their manufacturer goes, well, that's not on. And they lose a bonus, or they feel hard done by. They feel, other drivers will always affect your result. But what we've done is we've isolated it so much with this current process that is the minimum. We have come to the absolute minimum that other drivers can affect you. That's what they've done. Is they've basically said this is the minimum we can think of in that other drivers can affect you. Because you only start racing other drivers when you get to the final. If you're a good enough qualifier, you will go straight to the semi-final. So you only have 2 races and where other drivers can affect what you do. And you've got the previous 5 days or 6 days where it's just down to you. Is that good? Don't think so. Is there a way around it? Probably not. But there we go. See what we have. Martino, as he agrees with me, there's not much answer to it. RCGP almost got it right, and hats off. So I think, yeah, well, that's I think the format in RCGP, and we've actually improved it this year with some other bits and bobs and super poles and the rush and everything else. But that is great, but you have the limitation that you have a maximum of 14 top pros in it, and that is instantly not going to be the best 14 in the world, or if it was, people would argue it wasn't. So, it is a great event, and it's very good to watch. But, would that work for Worlds or Euros? No. White wheels are fast is a very key point about anything we talk about. Pit Dragon Scare, if you look at the gallery at the WEFA website, you'll see how many Spanish and Portuguese drivers there are compared to the other delegations. Maybe there's still some high street shops there. I think it's just down to geography. I think, there is a problem that you don't have the high street shops. I agree that's disappointing. That's our fault because we all decided to buy stuff from the internet rather than from the high street shops, and I include myself in that. But that's retail everywhere, so it's not just RC. No, the reason there's so many Spanish people and Portuguese people here is because you can drive here really easily from Spain and Portugal. So, it's not getting on a plane, it's not mucking about, it's easy to get there. Also, there's a very strong Spanish nitro scene as well, and the Portuguese, obviously, the local. So that's why. If you look at the rest of the contingents, the only surprise to me is how few Germans there are. There's a good chunk of Brits, a good chunk of Scandinavians of various types, but just so few Germans. Sorry about that, I'm just trying to have a massive sneeze. It's hot, there's dust on my eyes. It's all going wrong for me physically today, isn't it? Yeah, so that's really what it is. Hello to Mark Bruton Young. Pit Dragon Scares. I wish Ryan Harris to do more 1/8, but I really learned a lot from him 1/10 content. Yeah, he's taken on board the YouTube mantle, doing a great job. Great chat, Rauco International Raceway. Great to talk about racing here in New Zealand. I used to run full-size racing, so we try to add this to our club racing. We don't run qualifying at all. It's a marble draw race 1, reverse finish order race 2, and then lowest points front race 3. Well, that sounds like British touring cars. This means you're on pole for the last race and you win the day. It's not perfect, but hey. We're not. There's a request for a follow. We're just doing statics on this one. We aren't following anybody at the moment. Sorry, Danny boy. But I appreciate the. How many E's? 1, 2, 3. I think it's 5 E's in the please he's typed in there. That's good. I think I had a sneeze about this time yesterday as well, didn't I? A bit later, perhaps. Yeah, Julian Hardy says, yeah, sorry, you win the day, you finish first in the last race from pole. So, chuntering through the lower heats now into heat 4. I think we've got some cameras being, there's a little technical stuff going on here with cameras and stuff. It's a real issue actually, that the pits is absolutely in shadow. And it's obviously the track is so bright and obviously very attractive looking in its red against beige, I suppose. But the pits are dark as anything. I mean, it's good news for drivers. It means they're in the shade, as are the pitmen, so that stops that unpleasantness. But, yeah. Good morning from Cyprus. Hello to Lou Jean RC. It's good to have you all with us. No idea what. There's obviously some pollen in this particular part of Portugal that releases its flowers at about, what we call them, about 10 o'clock and then decides to make me sneeze. Honestly. I'm being attacked by the local wildlife. I think the point very soon where the sun's going to get high enough, it's over the top of our booth. I stop doing this wearing sunglasses, which is very difficult. Oh, I suffer for me art, don't I? Poor me. Poor me! So we'll have a quick look at what's going on. I've talked to myself about the last hour, so I'll just have a quick look at what's going on here. This one's about to start. Nuno Casa Ribeiro on 1, Jerome Sartell on 2, Zacharias Philippe on 3, Mitch Booth on 4, Oliver Fisher on 5, Patrick Bremstaller on 6, Alejandro Duras on 7, Pablo Menendez on 8, Marino Silva Samuel, actually it's probably Samuel Marino Silva. It's quite difficult when they put the surnames first. You can't, obviously quite a lot of Spanish and Portuguese surnames are double barreled. And then, well, I'm going to go for Samuel Marino Silva in 9 and Matteo Boxi is in 10. Usually Matteo is Belgian. You think he's Italian, but he's Belgian, and he's the only Belgian here. Oh. Car attempting to come off the track and attack our cameras, which we don't need. I don't think that shove was really needed. The Marshall picked a car up and gave it a massive throw back onto the track, which I kind of think is not necessarily what you want to have. I say, not having driven this class, well, I wrote it once, which we don't talk about. Theden Archer, R-Racer, I'm sure I was going to say that wrong. Where do we see results? You go to myrcm, myrcm.ch, and you'll see that that's the front page. That will pull up a list of events that are running, and you just select the European Championships at Barcelos, and that will then give you information to the timing. It'll give you information to the results. It'll give you information to the schedule. Everything is there. food for. Thank you, Raceway One. I was trying to think on my feet as I went. It's quite hard to have a sort of need a quick chat with James. So this one's running on, heat 4. So currently up is Jerome Sartell, showing them how it should be done. Now part of the S-Works sort of management team. And for a 9.5.19, so not a terrible time for Jerome. I think he's probably disappointed to be in this second set, the 4-5-6 heats, which is the 25 to 50%. I'm sure he would have expected to have been in the 7-8-9 heats, but you don't nail it on Wednesday afternoon in practice. That's what happens. There we go. It's all over. Jerome Sartell, Patrick Bremstaller, Zachariah Bellabia. They did 9, then 8 laps. Fucking Casper Bell must have got a 9 as well just at the end, yeah. Very late, but he was actually in 3rd. Then you have Samuel Silva Moreno, Mitch Booth, Pablo Mendez, Oliver Fisher, Mateo Boxy, and Alejandro Diaz at the back. The bloke from this heat who, from behind, when he marshals, looks a bit like Zach. It's like, oh, not today because Zach's wearing a white footballing shirt from the New York Red Bulls in his selection of weird shirt sponsorships. That's interesting. So Alessandro Scaramuzzino in 1. Matteo Benetton in 2, Ika Tellez in 3, Julius Ciclodi in 4, Michael Lewis in 5, Lewis Jones in 6, John Hareswood in 7. Hooray, indeed. I don't know what that means. Alexandra Vidal, Luis Rodrigo, and Manuel G. Perez. G. Perez? And this is the point when we could really lose, couldn't we? Do we need this faffing about? Honestly. You could trim so much time off of these championships.
I'm going to ask you some on air.
Oh, go on then.
A question.
Exciting. I like on air questions.
Is that shot any good?
It might be in the pits. It's okay, yeah.
I need to sort out some of the frame rates on it, but just wondered if it was any good, if it was usable.
Yeah, I like it. It's got a kind of feel about. Obviously, when we get to the finals, people are fueling up. It'll be valid.
Well, that's what I'm thinking. Just needs a bit. Okay, I won't talk any more about tech on there.
Oh, I love it. You know, I love it. Once again, that's who's in this one. I don't know why it seems even warmer and even sunnier today. Hello from Australia. Sleek Echo, how you doing? Sleek Echo Productions. Hope it's all well. Track looks great. What is the surface? Clay or carpet? Well, it's not carpet, Krista. It's a sealed, sort of sealed clay sort of thing. It's quite an open clay. They've sealed the whole top with some form of glue. They need Tony Gregg to do a pitch report with the key. Quite fun. I don't think it will take. I think this track would definitely take spin. It's a little bit of bumpy track as well. I think it gets uneven bounce, to be honest, and the cars have uneven bounce. Hello from Tacoma, Washington. Hello, Dwayne668. So they haven't quite started this. Why would they? Glenn down the morning, you sound tired today. Well, you know, just trying to keep the energy up. So it was a quick turnaround to come in this morning, so we're just kind of working on settling everything down. Tracks in Australia are starting to use veggie oil to seal and grain grip. Yeah, there's quite a lot of track sealing. Wear is the major issue. This one is sealed with a white gluey stuff, which they will reapply whenever there's a break in action. Not in between rounds, but sort of like in between for lunch and that sort of thing. And there's a big break between heat rounds. They'll go and paint a bit of this stuff. It's quick drying, but I think probably everything's quick drying here because it's 35 degrees. Well, it will be 35 degrees. I'm not sure what it currently is. I'm going to have a quick look at my... weather app. Oh, it's only 29 at the moment. It hits 31 in the next few minutes. Something else we need to do, by the way. I'm going to talk on air so you can hear it. We need to find somewhere to put the banner. And I have no idea where that might be. I know where the banner is. Oh, you little cheeky monkey. Oh, dear. Going down. Help me get through COVID. Oh, which one have you got? You've got the new one. You've got the new one, Omicron 5. That's the one everyone wants to get. Don't get one of the old ones. They get an out-of-date COVID. Oh, no, I don't want that. I feel kind of really out of fashion because I got original Omicron in January, not even Omicron 2. I got Omicron BA1. I caught it in Dubai. Came home, managed to infect the whole family, and it was just like. Well, actually, really weird things. Coming out of lockdown back in August or September, we did those EFRA days, didn't we? Those EFRA day things.
Yeah.
Do you remember that Matt had a really bad cold for the first one?
Yeah,
and
vaguely.
He gave it to me.
Yeah.
And it was, because we'd had no infections for 2 years, we'd locked up. It was the worst cold I can ever remember having. Way worse than COVID. It wasn't COVID. I test myself all the time. And so I just want to say, I'm not saying that everyone's experience is the same. I understand it's long COVID, but at that point I realised I'm not really bothered about COVID anymore because I just that common cold was way worse.
Fair enough.
Honestly, absolutely destroyed me. But yes, if you are going to get COVID, please get Omicron 5. It's the one to have. Offers extra benefits the other Omicrons don't.
The new and improved.
New and improved COVID, yeah. So, yeah. I mean, I don't know. I mean, my opinion, I'm not going to start putting my political opinions on everything. My personal opinion is everyone should get vaccinated and then just do your own thing.
Okay.
No point being frightened of the flu. I wasn't frightened of the flu 5 years ago. I'm not frightened of it now. Jonathan Wolf. Krista Rasmussen, looking forward to the Worlds in Spain. Vacation booked to go watch it live. Well, that was a waste of money because you can watch it live here on RC Racing TV, the home of the world. All right.
Home of the world.
Home of the world. Because we'll cancel that because we've got 2 in 2 weeks. We go finish the Worlds in Spain for this class, then we go and do the Touring Car Worlds.
Oh.
It's very exciting. That's a point. I need to check if I've been paid. Obviously you do whilst on air. Yeah, so you're going to take 2 lots of Worlds. You get 2 lots of things. We'll get 2 weeks in a row of Worlds coverage from us.
There you go. Now we have a button.
A button?
A button for the pits view.
That's exciting.
Very exciting. There we go.
It is. Ooh. Possibly overreacted there with ooh, but there we go.
Where I really want the camera is dead in front of the drivers, in the centre, on the end of that roof.
Right.
Facing down so I can get the drivers and the pits. There's an excellent view from where the race director can stand but doesn't stand.
Right.
Yeah, it'd be really nice, but no.
So just a reminder, if you're watching on Facebook or on the EFRA YouTube or Red RC YouTube, we're only really monitoring the chat on the RC Racing TV YouTube. It's too difficult to monitor 75 chat, so if you want to watch, carry on watching. If you want to interact and chat, come over to RC Racing TV's Facebook page, where you will also, I'm afraid, or I'm happy, you do need to subscribe to join the chat just to move. Had all the symptoms. So let's go back. We go. Right, you see, now it's Glenn's talking about the COVID. He's had all the symptoms so far, but can still taste. Triple jabbed. Yeah, the thing is, though, I think the taste thing isn't an Omicron thing, is it? That was the old-fashioned, your basic first wave, old COVID and Delta COVID. I'm not sure with Omicron does the taste. It's a different sort of thing. It's living in a different part. So I think you might retain that.
Oh.
Yeah, I see. Yeah. Oh, as Chris was going to say, he's going to use his AirPod to listen to our broadcast and watch the replay as well. You know, you can come and say hello. To be honest, Chris, we'll be sat up on the top of that timing tower for several days.
Just a small disclaimer that Nick isn't medically qualified. So.
Oh God, no, don't listen to me.
Please don't take any COVID advice from him.
Yeah, I am. Well, to be honest, I'm way more qualified than most of the Twitterati. Most of the comments you see on social media are from people who are just, well, from one side or t'other of the argument, and each of them is way too vehement. Which is the way of the world now, isn't it? The middle ground has disappeared, unfortunately, and everyone's at one polar angle or another, having a row with themselves. Whereas the majority of people are sitting here going, "What the hell are you arguing about?"
Are they?
Well, is there anything you feel strong enough about to have a massive argument on social media with a stranger about?
Pizza.
Okay. Right, well, what would you argue about the pizza with the person on social media? I'm Barry social media. Oh, James, what would I have to say to upset you about pizza?
Oh, pineapple on a pizza.
Well, you're anti it?
Yeah.
Well, I like the fact we go straight to the important issues of the world today. Skipping over anything else, we've gone straight to pineapple on pizza. It's a big debate.
Heard it here first.
Can you follow? I'm going to have to say Javier Leon Gonzalez. Thank you for the very sweet request, but we're not doing moving camera at the moment, so you'll have to see if obviously if you're lucky and Joaquin is actually that person we can see on the far left on the bottom of the screen there, then you could look at him, but otherwise not. Let's see who's in this race. Kevin Michudet from France. Iago de la Geza, Danny Vega, Hal Rodrigues, Tommy Salonen, Joaquin Moreno, Felipe Nuna Ferreira, Ilali Langenorja, easy for me to say, Christian Vila, and Freddie Thompson. Any second now you'll see the cars burst into the bottom of the screen. Any second now, yeah, told you. Through the switchback. So on a serious note, where are we going to put this banner up?
I don't know. I'm going to have a look now. Just downloading a sponsor clip.
Oh, exciting.
It's the quiet clip that our sponsor's going to come and talk over.
Is he?
Yes.
Well, does he know that? Does he know when he's coming?
Don't know.
That'll be invisiblespeed.net and JQ. Thanks also to S-Works and to RCGP. Sign up for RCGP Nemo Raceway in the UK, 5-6-7 of August. And have a cracking weekend of RCGP racing. Ooh, warm, isn't it?
It is very warm.
Be nice to be on holiday, but we're racing.
Yeah, not on holiday, I'm
How long is this clip, by the way?
2 minutes 53.
Oh, I look forward to seeing it.
Anything kicking off in the chat?
No, I've answered all their questions in such a fantastic way and given health advice that. Oh, that's a really good point.
What's that?
Jonathan Wolf just said, is Q3 correct? It's not, it's Q4.
Oh. Why has that picked up?
Well, that's the first person to notice that.
Show me the timing screen, your local timing screen.
Oh, I will show you local timing screen. No.
It's
4.
Hold the line, caller.
Oh, that's weird. Sorry about that. Anyway, I don't know. Well, look, if I was David Bellamy, Big Chief I Spy, I would give you 15 extra I Spy points for spotting that one, Jonathan Wolf.
There you go. I don't know why I didn't pick that up.
Huh.
I just refreshed our system and it's picked up the right qualifying.
That is weird. It's been wrong all day, or did you just suddenly get wrong earlier?
I don't know.
No, it's gone wrong. It wasn't wrong. No, it wasn't wrong then.
You need to explain. Nick's actually rewinding the stream.
It went wrong for Heat 6.
Huh.
How odd. Morning to Master Clock, how are you? It's 2 to count, I'm afraid, which is silly. It's 2 out of 5 count, it should be 3, I believe.
Adam Skelding, where can we find the time? Adam, you should know where to find the timing.
Adam.
Come on,
Adam. Should we help him out?
myrcm.ch and then click Barcelos.
Barcelos.
Hope that helps.
Championship.
Where were you, Adam, last week in 1/10 in the UK as well, by the way? Were you not going anyway, or was it because you were on holiday? Please discuss.
Yes.
Well, please. Chat in the type.
Yes.
Type in the chat.
And if you can give away a number of your personal details so we can clone you, that'd be fine.
Yes.
Hi, Bjarni from Germany. Do I get Bully's special prize? But no, I thought you get a Big Chief I Spy prize. I don't get Bully's special prize for that. Spotting stuff is like, it's just the I Spy, isn't it, really? Bully's special prize. We had a bit of a...
Get a speedboat.
No, that's sale of the century, isn't it, really? So, I mean, he could look what he could have won a speedboat. But it was ridiculous how they used to have those kind of cheap-looking speedboats as prizes on ITV quiz shows. Because why did Dolores and Trevor from Carl Shorten had no use for a speedboat or any method of tagging the speedboat? Who was it?
Glamorous.
No, but he's in Turkey. Blimey.
Still in Turkey. I knew you had gone on holiday.
But let me put this out right. So, who was the executive in the ITV quiz show prize selection party who actually had a mate or brother-in-law who worked in a speedboat factory?
I don't know.
Because it's obviously Ben, because no one needs a speedboat.
Well, I don't know. If you live near a lake.
But these are people who are like,
And the shop's on the other side of the lake.
These are like, lovely, salt-of-the-earth people from Skelmersdale. They don't have any requirement for a speedboat.
I don't know.
And more importantly, I don't think the resale value of a speedboat was that high either. They said it's worth £3,000, which obviously was worth $1 million then. But what could you resell a 70 speedboat for? Nothing.
Where Adam Skelding's on holiday in Turkey. I'm just interested to see where we are in relation to... Oh, we're not far off on the...
Temperature scale?
Well, no, the latitude.
Ah, right.
I know that's not the only factor in temperature, but it must be boiling down there. We're supposed to be pitting for Mr. Jameson, but a cheap holiday to Turkey trumped that. Don't blame you.
He doesn't need a pit man anyway.
Does he not race anymore then?
What, Skelding? Mr.
Yeah.
Skelding, I've no idea.
Has he given up?
I don't think so. He works for Armour, doesn't he?
I believe so. I know he did. I assume he still does.
James Stewart now working with Armour.
Yeah.
There's another story entirely with why I'm upset with James Stewart, but never mind. And I am.
Jonathan Wolf. In one.
In two.
I was actually looking the crunchy date. Good day, Nick and the Coup. Good day back. Welcome aboard. Thank you for joining us.
Who are the crew? Well, it's James Parry. Say hello, James.
Hello, James.
And then there's Zach Fenning, who's doing edity things, which is why he's not moving the camera.
He's off doing creative things.
He's being a love. Oh, my dad. Oh, no, I need to do that. It looks fabulous. Fabulous, darling.
Getting some great footage, which you will see on Saturday in the finals day.
Oh,
show.
he's here.
He's here.
Right, this is an issue. We now need to get Zach back to move the camera, you see.
Well, which bit are you going to do first?
Well, it's only 2.5 minutes, isn't it?
True. Okay. Let me message Zach.
Come in. He's only here for the air conditioning anyway. Jessica. So we're going to have a sit down and chat and a little look around at things with JQ. Oh, the security's having a look at you now. He's not happy about this. Oh, what did you do?
It's the security here.
What is it? The security's come in and he's gone, there is a man with green hair wandering around the place. He has gone into the TV. He is going to be murdering them. Oh, no, he's just chatting to them.
Hang on, I need to give you a button to play.
Oh, it's very exciting.
1 second, and then I'm going to sit here. Hold the line, caller. That there, and then that there.
Still at Armour, says Adam, still racing, just regionals and clubbing, competing for Gemma at Nationals. I say, that's good. I think it's Gemma's his daughter.
Sec. Sorry, I can't do two things at once.
Is it 2 out of 5 or 3 out of 5 to count? It is 3, is it? Oh, God, it was 2. Fantastic. It's 3 out of 5. Well, I mean, we have no idea who's going to be TQ then. So it's 3 out of 5 to count. So it is 3 out of 5. So I've literally sat this up because it was 2 out of 5 for the 1/10 electric, which I thought they'd adopted that across the board, but no, it's still 3 out of 5 here.
Zach is on camera. Do you want to do the video first whilst I'm here?
Yes.
Okay.
There, yeah. Pass it over, and I'll say hello. Oh, I say. I'll say hello to JQ. Joseph Quad Green, the man in green. Joseph Quad Green.
Hello.
No, I hadn't turned you on. You say hello. Hello. How are you?
Hello.
You look happier. Why you look happier today than when you came in yesterday?
I don't know. I'm very nervous.
What are you nervous about?
My nemesis is up.
Oh yes, of course. If Jessica wins, this is the important thing to know. Is it out qualifies or is it out finishes?
No, finishes.
Okay, so you got a chance. If Jessica Paulson, the what's she now, 20-year-old? Is she a 19-20-year-old?
I have no idea.
Swedish lady racer out qualifies or out finishes JQ. He's been told by his erstwhile team driver and boss, really, David Ronald Falcon, he has to give up racing.
Yeah, I have to retire.
How old are you?
I'm 39.
Retire before he's 40. What a nightmare. Oh, his career will be over. Anyway, we're here to talk to obviously, he is part of Invisible. He is Invisible Speed, from Invisible Speed Net, our title sponsor of the event. Invisible Speed is a website which leads you to fantastic learning courses. You can learn to set your car up, you can learn to drive, you can get advice, you can find all those sorts of things out, and you can sign up for a course. Explain to our listeners what your course will give them.
Well, hopefully better results than what I've had this week. No, what the course gives you is just a complete view of RC racing. So from the very beginning, if you're a complete beginner, you learn the basics. If you have moderate experience, you learn what you need to know, and then you can build up to the, top level. So even the best drivers here could get that course, could watch videos and learn things. And I've sold a bunch of books here also.
Excellent.
World champions.
3 languages.
Yes. European champions have the book, and it's been helpful for them too. So I'm very happy that I've been able to contribute something, at least.
and testing tyres for David.
Yes.
So you can get the book in Spanish, Italian, or of course English. The course is available in English and is rolling out in Spanish. It is an interactive video and online and Discord. But we have a video for you to talk over and tell us all about stuff.
Oh, right now?
Yeah, right now, because we get this out of the warm-up, and then we can follow Jessica and see her beating your ass.
Okay. Yeah, this video shows you how the forces in the car are transmitted through the arms and links. So this car is supported by a coin now. I took the shocks off, and now I'll simulate what happens in a corner. So I'm going to twist the hubs as if the car is driving through a corner. This is what happens as the car goes through a corner. You see the coin dropped, but the car stays up. So the forces through the arms and links is what's holding the car up. And if I relieve the tension, then the car will drop. And this is something important to understand, because now if I twist the hubs again, you can see that it actually raises the car up. Now you can see that I start twisting the hubs and the car raises up. And this is something that happens on track. So how does this work? Well, if I pull on this link here, this is what the car looks like. Upper link. The link straightens out, which raises the car. And here, the lower arm, if I push on the arm and the arm is perfectly horizontal, nothing happens. It just stays level. If, on the other hand, the inside of the arm is higher than the outside and I push again, then the car would raise up. If the inside of the arm is lower than the outside and I push, the car would move down. So these forces are very important when we adjust the car, especially for a high grip track like this. So here you see a car where you can see that the rear end of the car is up. This is because the roll center is high and the forces trying to lift the car up are larger. It's called a jacking force. And here, same corner, a different setup with a lower roll center, so that inside of the arm is lower, the upper link is higher, and you saw that the car was more level. So top, you have a high roll center, the car is jacked up. Bottom, a low roll center, and the car is low to the ground. So top, on the track, bottom, in the track. That's how we describe the difference. And on a track like this, you definitely want a car that's in the track. So if you have the issue where you can see in the top picture the car being high up when you go around corners, that's an indication that you should try lowering your arm or raising your link. And the good thing with a low roll center is you can have these situations where you go up on two wheels, like here, and you just stay on throttle and the car rights itself. So instead of crashing out there, you stay on throttle, and the low roll center and the jacking force trying to suck the car into the track will help you stay on your wheels.
There must be a point where it's other tracks where a higher roll center is better, surely.
Yes, so in the opposite scenario, if we are on a track with very low traction, then there isn't enough grip from the tires to generate these forces in the car. So that would mean that you're just sliding around the track and you don't have any response, you don't have steering, precision, no rear traction. In that case, we want to introduce some more grip to the car, and we do that by raising the roll center. So there's not enough force to lift the car up, but there is enough force to initially put load on the tire to give us initial grip. So two different conditions. The theory, the idea behind everything, how everything works, it's the same. It's just that we require different things. That's something that people often confuse. They say that, oh, our RC cars, they don't work like full-scale cars, or their setup options don't make sense because in this condition it does one thing, in another condition it does another. But there's an underlying truth to everything, and if you can understand that, you can then better go to a track and make the right decisions regarding your setup.
That's good stuff. Should we try and find car number 6, and which is your nemesis, young Ms. Powson? Good news, you didn't have a very good first lap, which is obviously excellent news for you. So it's number 6 we're looking for. There she is, down straight now, pink and blue.
35.7 is good enough to beat me.
Oh, what were you doing then? So currently she has done, well, that was a 35.5. So obviously what I'm going to ask you to do is assess, what she's doing wrong, because obviously she'll be much faster than you, not just slightly faster than you.
Yeah, well, she does have one slight advantage. Her home track is Astro, so very high grip. So she should be used to these kind of conditions. Looking smooth out there, as you can see.
Are you sitting here willing to have an accident?
No, I'm a positive person, you know. I don't believe in that kind of bad karma.
35.8 that time round. So it's interesting because the car actually looks okay. There's no obvious to me reason, but that's running at 1.5 to 2 seconds off the top guys. And I think the track has slowed slightly with the heat, but even so, let's say it's 1.5 seconds. Where is that being lost? Where are the Ongaros and the Kiliches making that extra second and a half?
Well, on this track, the differences are quite small, actually. But just like every track, the difference is made up in the corners, mainly. So corner speed. Entering the corners correctly, a lot of us can do that. But then to maintain the speed through the corner, not to push too hard, not to go too slow. For example, this S section. To get that line correct so you clip the apex of the first one and maintain your speed as well as possible around the next one. It's really hard to do on a track like this with high grip where you can flip over easily if you overdrive the car. So yeah, it looks easy. Like when she's driving around the track now, it looks like she could do this all day long. But if you want to try and go just a bit faster, I tell you, it gets difficult.
She's sort of winding the speed up here. She's down to 35.2 now. I don't know whether they're just getting the feel for it. Obviously, the thing about it is the drivers coming in this morning haven't been on the track for 18 hours.
Right.
So they've got to get your eye back in again.
This sort of section also, you jump again. If you are able to connect it so it's one smooth motion and you never really hesitate or wait for the car to settle, that's where you can make up a tenth there, a tenth here.
So obviously, Jake, we joke about your racing, but obviously you were at the absolute top level for a while, and now you've come a little bit off the top level. Why is that? What's different now, which means you can't quite get to that top thing? Is it just because you're 39, or is it?
No, honestly, people always blame age, but I'm not a believer in that. I think that Ryan Mayfield will show us how old you can be and still be on the top level, because he seems to have the drive and motivation to keep on going, and he's getting older too. I think the reason that most older drivers fade away is because they don't have the time or maybe the motivation to keep practicing and testing and really preparing well for these big races. So for example, Canas, I am sure he has spent hundreds of liters just driving and testing and trying all kinds of different things on his car and on his engine and tires, just to have the absolutely best package he can when he comes to a race like this. So he's tried everything. He knows what he likes. His car and him are one as such. They have a perfect connection. He knows how it's going to react every time he hits the track. And that's what you get when you drive a lot. You practice a lot, you test a lot. And as you reduce the amount of driving and testing, and you keep getting older and more things are in your head, more worries, more things to stress about, that's when you start dropping off. So I don't think it's any kind of physical, biological thing. It's just time and effort and a shift in priorities in your life.
So which one of those is done for you then?
For me, I think the biggest difference is that I just I haven't had the time to spend at the track working on a car to set it up for myself and to practice my driving. So that's just it. That makes a big difference.
So what was your time in the last run?
It was a 15. So now finally I beat
4 seconds ahead. That's gonna be a lot of places. There's a lot of places in between there. So
yeah, that's good. So I have one now.
Well, let's see where you are now. And I'll just do a refresh on this page, see where you are overall.
They do it live. They update the rankings.
Yeah, it's not obviously complete because the people in the next couple of heats will beat you. But let's find out where you are overall at the moment in the JQV Paulson battle. Let's have a look if I can see either of you.
You need to scroll down a lot.
You're in 40th and Jessica's in 43rd.
Oh, wow.
But you've got your next, her best is a 36. Yeah, if you counted the third round, you'd be behind again. So you're 30, so you're under pressure.
So I need the last one.
You needed the last one.
Okay.
you're so close. You're in the same. 32. You're not going to make 32. So
48 make the 1/8 final, right?
Yeah.
I think so.
Yeah.
So top 48 I need to be, or 32.
Oh, you won't make 32, mate.
No, I need 15th to do that. Something like that.
Yeah, you need to like swap cars and have Dave run your car for not telling anybody and just swap the transponders around.
Yeah.
Yeah. So that's not bad, you know. You're beating your nemesis.
Darren Bloomfield is right behind me. But he hasn't driven yet. He's up soon.
And he hasn't driven much the last few years either. So.
Yeah, this is his third time this year, maybe.
Yeah. So he's certainly let life get in the way, but he's having good. I know he's having good fun. He's enjoying himself. Doing it with no pressure. Martin Verlanker on a comeback. Bit of a surprise.
Yeah, comeback.
But you get to the top, and, well, it's a surprise in number one, and then it's all the usual suspects.
That's right. And the fight for the last place in the semi-final is
Pecco v Oscar. Una, Pecco, Oscar.
I think so. All those, Monteiro, Hartonen, Ivonen, Baldo, and who's 18, 19?
Johnny Skidmore, Andrew Trent, Hampus.
Yeah, all those guys are going to really go for it in the last one.
Renault's off the pace, isn't he? Not quite sure. I'm not. Perhaps well, I suppose he is one of the older drivers again with a life, of course.
I don't know. Yeah, around 20th. I expected more, to be honest.
Yes, if you sit and look at the top, there's certainly the Killiches. I suppose one of the advantages they've got twice the cars to set up, haven't they? Because they have exactly the same package. They've got their dad mechanicking both cars.
Yeah. I think their home track is an Astro track also. So plenty of running on high grip, I'm sure.
But as we've been discussing, there's been a long discussion today already about why are we here for so long, just qualifying, and everything else. And you sit there going, well, we've had the chat, but obviously, you know.
My personal opinion is these races should be 3 days long. We can get it all done in 3 days. So, if we want to spend a week somewhere, why not combine the B Euros and A Euros? 3 plus 3. B Euro guys could do both races if they want to, and also all the A Euro guys would be here to support. The factories would be here. All the focus would be on the B Euro guys, that up-and-coming kids, the 40-plus guys. They would feel like professionals with everyone here supporting them, helping them, pitting for them. And then after the B Euros, boom, A Euros.
I can't disagree with that. More racing, it's always good, but there is as we know, I've discussed obviously the options, but there is it's very hard sometimes to push the monolith.
Yeah, I've noticed that. But
you can move it a bit.
Yeah, I do agree that at these races there's far too much just driving around. So practice, qualifying, you're just driving around. You're not racing anyone. And we need to introduce more racing to this because there's a lot of different things that people can do these days, and RC is just less and less exciting and fun for people.
No, it needs to be racing.
Yeah.
And just to combine, we're talking with invisiblespeed.net, but if you do like racing, well, I would advise you sign up to RCGP on the 5th, 6th, 7th of August in the Nemo Racer, because if you were in the RC2 team, I think we might bore you with one round of qualifying, but after that it's all racing.
Yeah, and heads-up racing, that's the most fun you can have at an RC track, because you start off the grid and you're racing the cars for position.
But it's not always off the grid, is it?
Well,
sometimes off the
gate or grid or however you start. The point is, when you come up to another car, you're fighting that car for position. And that's a lot more fun than just driving around trying to not crash and racing the clock.
Yeah, I've never liked racing the clock, because the clock, in the end, the clock always wins.
That's true.
It's quite deep, really. It's about time.
Another thing that's been an issue here at this race is tires. So imagine flying to this race, racing on this concrete track. What tires to bring, right? How many sets? What is the expense of your average racer at this race for just tires?
I have no idea. Thank you. I've been reminded. So just go Cameron's choice. It's fine. It gives an interesting background, and hopefully someone will crash. And then Jake will comment on it.
Wolanka. Why not Wolanka? Number 4.
But with whoever this is, I think it might be Chafradon, actually.
Yeah, so tires, control tires for these big events, that would be
But that's
such a great
But
thing
that's
for us.
never going to happen.
Why not? 10 scale, they do it.
But why is this... Oh, we've had this conversation now. Why is this the biggest class?
It's not because there's no
It's because the
control tire.
manufacturers can make money out of it. And where they make the money? They make the money out of the consumables. No one makes money out of kits, you know that.
Yes,
Yeah.
but one race, the European Championships, isn't going to change that. All the local, regional, what have you races, they're open tire. But that one race that, for example, the Finnish team of 10 drivers, they do one international race a year, the European Championship. So if that's control tire, it's a lot easier for people to come and race the European Championship. This one race. That's not going to,
I
ruin these tire companies.
completely agree with you, but it's not. Again, it's another monolith to pick uphill because this is where they make the money. And the point about RC racing is, there's a lot of people trying to make small amounts of money, but at one place you can make an absolute fortune. You can tell this because there's a new manufacturer every week. It's in tyres.
Yes, but I also think that for a company like Hot Race, for example, the cost of doing this race probably outweighs the benefits or earnings. Like, however many tire sets are sold to racers, that all of that or more goes to supplying the top pros with tires. Shipping tires here, shipping tires, testing before the race, developing a new tire for the track. All of this extra cost that's specifically focused on one race, that outweighs whatever this one race brings in sales.
Right.
So even for the tire manufacturers, if it was control tire and it's rotated through the different brands, it's easier for them too.
Yep. No, I agree with you. But I think every single. I'm trying to think of any open tyre event left now in major motorsport, and I'm struggling to think of one.
Yeah. And there's a reason for that.
Preventic series. No, that's not Preventic. There's one of the series. Nürburgring. The Nürburgring 24 is open tyre.
Yeah.
And all the Nürburgring Langstracker series, they're all open tyre.
Yeah.
But that's the only thing I can think of. Everything else is control tyre or stand tyre. Got some questions for you. Ask JQ. What do you prefer, loose or astro? Do you prefer a high grip or low grip? What's your preference?
Every time. Loose dirt, bumpy, DNC style. How the tracks normally are in
So
America.
basically, you want the most decrepit circuit possible.
Yeah, it's good. I like it. It's off-road. It's motocross. Like we're racing MotoGP, like Supermoto. That's what we're racing now. No, I prefer motocross.
Oh, you should prefer that. Hello to Pontus Magnusson. As he's saying, if he was there, he wouldn't be wearing his shoes.
Who?
Pontus Magnusson. He doesn't wear shoes when he's racing. He takes his shoes off on the rostrum.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Why does he do that?
I don't know. Do you remember when we were in Sweden for the Euros about 5-6 years ago?
Yeah.
When we were on the rostrum, that massive rostrum. We were on the. I was looking back. I looked at those as we were driving. His shoes placed behind him neatly like a Japanese woman's. And I go, what the? Takes his shoes off to race.
Okay.
Obviously, you need to feel planted.
Yeah.
Del Boy says JQ talking facts. JQ. The thing about JQ is, and I'm going to say this because he's sitting next to me, is don't believe the image. He's actually surprisingly sensible.
What do you mean? I don't look sensible?
Well, you've got a slight look of the edge about him.
Wait, so I saw a comment there. Nick, I would like major events covered like Montpellier GP.
Well, Montpellier GP is covered, isn't it, by the French
the
guys? Look, the point about all of this is it comes down to a very simple thing: money.
Exactly.
And whether the organisers think
there's a replay right there. Go back. Can we get that?
Too far, sorry, no.
Too far?
Yeah.
Oh.
JK said it was a replay ages ago, don't he?
We missed it.
He said it was a replay he wanted to do, but we missed it. So.
Oh, okay.
What happened?
He almost flipped over. This?
Yeah, but that's only 5 seconds back you can go. So you get
maybe if I... now I know. So
you can't go back 5, 5, 5, 5.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, so basically the reason events are covered by the way they're covered outside of European events and RCGP is because someone has to pay for media to be there. And when you tell them how expensive it is, they fall off their respective chairs. Because they kind of don't, they think, well, I've seen, Trevor turn up with a handy cam and it's like this, and they think, well, that's what happens. But it's not how you do it.
This is something that would require the industry to work together, because social media has been great, but it's also been detrimental to the overall image and coverage of races. So we don't have RC media anymore like we used to. Now all the manufacturers, they have their own Facebook pages and Instagram and stuff, and they think that that's enough. We are just going to have someone there and post some videos to our Facebook. But then what happens is all of these manufacturers don't come together and support RC media to be there. And then we don't have good coverage of races anymore. And that's something that we tried to address with RCGP and the pay-per-view system, to try and get a lot of people to pay a bit so that we have good coverage. World's Warm-Up, Euros Warm-Up, Montpellier, all these races could have high-quality coverage if we just figured out a way to crowd fund the coverage. All the people who enjoy watching have €10 to spend, $10 to spend. It's a guarantee. If everyone would chip in $10 a month, we could have great coverage at all the big events.
Yeah,
it's not an issue. And if the manufacturers decided, well, we can spare $500 a month, let's say every single manufacturer here can do that. If we all decided to do that, we could have 15 races a year that are big, all the top drivers go there, and we have great coverage. But as long as everyone's just posting on their own Facebook and thinking that that's enough, then it's never going to happen.
No. I mean, I've got a couple of examples. It's a great example. I mean, there's an event in Europe, and every year in March I get asked, can we go and how much would it be? And every year I put a figure in, and every year I don't hear anything from the guy again until about 4 days beforehand, when he realises he hasn't got any coverage. He's been let down by everybody and says, can you come? And I go, no, because it's 4 days to go or a week to go. And you're thinking, you knew how much it was. That's how much it costs. You've given yourself 8 months to raise the money. It's not stupid money, yes, but it is obviously. If you look at, if you started off by saying, right, we're going to put €15 in every entry, and then you wouldn't need to raise that much. But the entry fees in Europe are historically very low. Yeah.
So for many of the races, it's the case that we need some kind of crowdfunding, for example, or manufacturers sponsoring the coverage. Like here, S-Works, Invisible Speed, RCGP, now we have some Euros coverage. But some of the events that focus on it in a professional way, like, okay, we need to make money, they have many classes, high entry fees. These events could actually afford it, but they look at it as, okay, if I'm going to pay a few €1,000 for coverage, that's me making less money. So do I want to make less money or do I want to have coverage? And they choose to make more money. Now that's fine, it's their business, but these are the facts. People always want better coverage, want more coverage, but no one seems to be willing to do what it takes to get that coverage. They just expect you guys to show up and do it for free.
The weird thing is,
or pay to be there.
What we've started doing in the UK is kart racing coverage. Now, kart racing is the next step up in the scheme of motor racing spending. There's a huge amount more money in karting in many ways than there is in RC, but the reason the events are covered is because the competitors now expect their events to be live streamed. So it's the competitors who are driving that desire, and they get 150 to 200 racers there, and it just comes out, and they just stick a tenner on or 15 tenner on the entry fee, and then they get a couple of small local sponsors to cover the rest. But if you don't, one of the questions that because there are a number of different series you can choose in karting in Britain, and also and one of the questions that people ask is, are you having it live streamed? Is it being covered?
Yeah.
And we've done a few of these. You get the numbers are pretty similar to a small lot of medium, nothing like these sort of numbers, But then you get a huge amount of people watching afterwards because all the competitors go back and watch themselves afterwards.
Right.
But it's absolutely, it's all funded. We say it'll cost this much. There you are. We haven't got to raise any money. We turn up, we do it. I mean, obviously it's not as expensive to do because it's in the UK, so we don't have those huge transport costs. But even so, it's like everyone expects it now.
Yeah.
But there's no drive. There's never been any drive from racers.
Yes.
To have the events covered. If it is covered, they go, oh, that's quite nice. There's absolutely no drive for it to happen.
It's something I've given a lot of thought because it's a bit of a chicken and an egg issue here. That who is the one that's supposed to push for improvement? So is it the media themselves, or the manufacturers, or the race organizers, or the drivers? Because we all have our own interests, and because we all have our own interests, there's no structure to it. I've tried to approach this from so many different angles. Like, okay, what if we say that the top drivers and teams, we just decide that these 10 races are the 10 races we care about. We want to go here. We're going to send our drivers here. And then we make sure that those 10 races, whatever they are, have good coverage. Even something like that. But it's like the brands, the drivers, they just don't care enough. They just show up, and if there's coverage, there is. If there isn't, there isn't.
Pit lane accident there. That's always good to see. Thank you, Zach. Your steering's working, mate. It's fine. Car 3.
So honestly, I don't know what the solution is, but I hope we reach it soon, because we could be... The thing that annoys me is this could be so much better for everyone. Because when we have more races with all the top drivers with good coverage, that will encourage more people to keep racing, to go to bigger races, go to international races, because of the image.
Oh,
what's happening here?
Look, he's got it wrong. It's a replay. It's car 7. Maxime
Karting
Noble.
tyre.
It's all about karting, you see.
Yeah. Yeah, because RC racing is no different than any other motorsport. If you take away Formula 1, then go-karting immediately is less interesting. If you take away MXGP or Supercross in America, then dirt bikes are immediately less interesting to people. If you take away MotoGP, then road bikes are less interesting. It's just a fact.
Yeah. I mean, it's Delboy's on the stream. So taking your child karting, it being live streamed is great. So your family can watch it back at home live, and that's it. And the thing is, it's not quite that. Rob Buzzy said it'd be nice if someone was calling the race. Honestly, we've had enough qualifying. There's timing on the side. With Maxime Noble car 7, there'll be lots more calling coming up
tomorrow.
It's all racing. This is you're seeing what we're seeing. Cars going around racing the clock. The clock's nebulous and doesn't exist. So once we get racing, then yeah, absolutely, you have to be on it and calling everything. This is the point about the 4 days we spend here. It's minorly interesting for the top 3 heats. And we try and build it all up, but even then, you're only watching one person going fast, and invariably going to miss 2 of the others going fast.
Yeah, and you spend thousands of euros, you show up, and then 3 days you're just driving alone around the track, and then finally you have a main, and then if something goes wrong right at the beginning, you never really got to race anyway.
Well, it's the thing. I think I said it before you came on, but last week in Retford, 10th off-road. If you were the 11th best person in Europe, and so you were pole position for both B finals, you were there for 6 days and you got 10 minutes of racing.
Yeah.
10 minutes of racing in 6 days, and you're actually really good.
Yeah.
It's like, why are you doing that? Why are you doing that? I mean, in fairness, the guys in the A final only got half an hour of racing in 6 days.
Yeah.
Makes no sense to me, but
all I can say is slot car racing used to be a thing. It is no more, and we don't want to go that way. So we have to change our ways. Maybe I'm ahead of my time, or however you say that, but that's what I see, and hopefully more people see it before it's too late.
Yeah, well, we have a Worlds coming up on the standard format in September. you know, it'd be interesting to see whether they start to make some changes in things from there onwards. I'm not sure they will, but
I think someone has to force their hand a bit.
Well, I mean, it's, you know, it'd be an interesting situation to see where it comes, what people who turns up, who does, you know, some of the Americans will obviously come over, but you know, will you get what you would expect, which is the top 20 Americans to turn up? So
it sounds like most drivers will be there, but I think like the top 10 guys from America will be there, but then the next 10 to 15 who are also really very good, they won't be there. That's what I've heard. So we'll see how that goes. This is actually the last heat of the round now, so
yeah, so you'll be able to get an official statement of where you are against Jessica Powelson.
Yes, exactly.
Because some of these guys were going in between you and above you and knock you down.
Yeah, these guys seem to be on a very similar pace to what I was on, so maybe like 5 guys ahead of me, 4 guys ahead of me, and the rest right there.
Crunchy Day is to do RC racing. Is it the same cost as kart racing? Actually, no, it's more expensive doing kart racing. You have more cameramen, but it's cheaper because it's all in the UK.
Right.
So, yeah.
Yeah, you can't cover the track with 1 camera.
We are covering it with 3. If we have more, again, if they gave us more money, we use more cameras. But you can. It's quite a lot of. So it really depends on the kart track, because some of the kart tracks are built like this track, where they've got the maximum amount of tarmac and the minimum amount of space.
Okay.
A couple of them are on old airfields, so they blat off in that direction down an old runway, come back and then blat off miles in that direction, another runway. You go, well, how are you going to do that?
Yeah.
Miles away. But yeah, it's. Krista Rasmussen says, as a winter series in Denmark, we now run 1 quali, 5 finals with bump up, down after each round. Great racing all day. Sounds good, actually.
Yeah, for smaller club races, that's a great format to do, because then it's heads-up racing.
Acquiring, transporting and maintaining a cart is all much more expensive. Absolutely, it's more expensive than a 1.8. Interestingly, though, I don't think the running costs are that much different.
In go-karts, how much are tyres?
Well, the championship we're doing, it's a 6-round championship, and you're allowed a maximum of 2 sets of tyres for the whole season.
Whole season?
Whole season.
Wow.
And that costs you £260.
Okay.
No, £280, £140 a set.
What about engines? How does that work?
Well, you have an engine. You can have another engine. They're sealed, but you can have multiple
An engine
engines.
can last the
Oh
season?
no, engine lasts season. Yeah, engine lasts 30 hours. The new ones do.
Okay.
It's changed from 25 years ago when an engine lasts a maximum of an hour. Now you get 30 hours for your rebuilds now, which is obviously a season and a bit.
Yeah.
Well,
this looks good for me, because only 1 guy so far has passed.
I love the way you're just only interested in who's beating me. Because Bloomfield's not beating you, so it's just Tom Robin.
That's good. That's good for me.
Tom, you see, using the experience he got from RCGP to beat you, really. Yes, so no, it's. I mean, it is definitely more expensive doing karting than doing RC certainly by a factor. The purchase price is just complete. It's a different stratosphere.
Yeah.
You know, it's $8,000 really, perhaps 9. Yeah. But running costs, oddly, not much worse.
Yeah.
But it's more really a conversation about the willingness to be covered rather than what's best, because you know karting's great fun, but you know this you just get more. You know, when we're actually racing, there's a few things that can beat a really good nitro race over 45 minutes or an hour. And I've done as you know, I've done all sorts of motorsport from the absolute top through the middle to the bottom.
Yeah. Well, this track will offer some amazing races. I'm sure of it, because qualifying is so close. So, you know, when we get into the 1/8 quarterfinals, semifinals, those races where the drivers are very consistent, you will have battles for the last bump spot, and in the semifinal to bump to the main.
There's also,
and then in the main, I'm sure that it's just going to be a freight train of cars going around the track. It's going to be exciting.
Yeah. There's so I'm going to do the refresh you don't want me to do.
Oh God, here we go.
Let's see where the ranking lists say you are. End of round 4.
End of round 4. 1 more round to go.
1 more round to go, and with the counting round. So just so you know, it's Kilic and Coelho, but at the moment, if they were both running, it would still be Kilic, because Kilic has got 4 points for his third run. The second 2 from Coelho, but it's 2 leads for Kilic. So Coelho.
TQ is basically down to Kilic and Coelho now.
No, they can still be Canas. because Canas
Oh,
have
yes.
0-0-3.
Yeah, so Canas also.
So
if he TQs, whoever TQs out of those three would be TQ.
Yes. Yes, they... Ooh, hang on, no. It would be on... If Coelho TQ'd, but Kilic was second, it would be on tiebreak time.
What's the tiebreaker?
I think it's fastest race time, isn't it?
Yeah. So Coelho in that case would need to beat
At
Kilic's time from
500.8. Flat 0.8. But it's not as fast out there now.
Yeah.
So
I would say that pre-race, Kilic is the only surprise. All these other guys are the guys we expected to be there. So Coelho, Canas, Olmedo, Figueiredo, Ronald
where his
Falcon.
brother is in 7th, that's not a surprise. It's just a surprise he's first.
Yeah,
so if he's like
exactly.
8th, that wouldn't be a surprise
Yeah,
either. So
yeah.
he's absolutely the overachiever. Let's go down a long way now and see if we can find JQ 42. Jessica 45. You've got a European champion in between you.
Oh, it's too close.
At the moment, luckily, because you're even and she's odd, you'd be in different quarterfinals. Different eighth finals, sorry.
I really hope that happens. I can't take that if we're in the same race.
So different eighth finals at the moment, but there's one round to go.
She has a better third score, so I need to.
Well, yeah, but you've got a better best score, so you have better in you.
Yeah.
I won't put any pressure on the next round, but basically, if you blow this, you are a complete fool.
Yes,
and,
I need to.
You deserve.
So, do I have any sort of chance of making the quarterfinals? Yeah.
Well, hang on a second.
32.
32 currently is Martin Volanka on 48 points.
21, 27, 34.
No, 11. No chance.
28, 31.
You'd have to get like a 16 or something, or 15.
Okay, I know what the goal is now.
I think you'd yeah, okay. Yeah, you'd have to get like a 15. I think you'd probably need a 12 or a 15.
That's a tall order.
Just channel JQ from 2013.
Yeah, it's very like now when I look at this and I imagine that I have TQ'd rounds at European Championships. I don't know how.
Yeah, I used to be good. Yeah, the whole thing. Yeah,
amazing.
Yeah. Well, thank you very much for popping in. I'll let you go. I know you've got some prep to do.
Yep.
I'm sure we'll annoy you from now on, and later on. I'm sure we're coming in tomorrow for the big show. But it's, as always, entertaining talking to you.
Thank you.
It's hard to look at you because you're just very virulent of hair.
Very green.
Very green. So that's JQ of invisiblespeed.net. Please go and visit invisiblespeed.net because you won't regret it because there's a 20% discount on the courses.
Yeah, this week only.
Mm-hmm.
And also, everyone that buys the course this week gets a private special live catch-up of everything we've gone over with the other people in the course earlier. So
excellent.
Even if you didn't get it months ago, thought about it, no worries. You haven't missed anything. We're going to catch right up to all the other guys. So this week only.
Great stuff. Cheers, JQ. Thanks, mate.
Cheers.
Okay, so we're now back at the start of Heat 5, which is going to go 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. As you might expect. Well, actually, we're not sure why you would expect it, because it hasn't going to be going that way any other previous times, so who knows? So, final round of qualifying. We on static camera for a bit. Just to remind you, though, just see where we are on the time schedule. We're currently just about on time. That's good news. Now, the top heats are back out again at about 20 to 1 local time, so 12:40 local time. Just to give you an idea, we're currently at 11 o'clock, so it's an hour and 40 minutes till the top heats get out. The car throws itself towards me quite worryingly. So 12:40, which of course is 1:40 if you are in mainland Europe. And then we have a break, quite a long break actually. Break of an hour and 3/4 for the slower final start. And then we have 6 finals today. The pair of the 256s, 128s and 64th. So to run with that. Now what we're probably going to do actually, because we are preparing for this big event tomorrow, which we might actually just go to fixed camera and timing and everything else for a bit during these early heats. We see them quite a lot, and we'll go out and do some extra exciting coverage for you all. But I need my teammates here first. That happens. So we're currently chatting about on the chat. Please keep chatting. So there's quite a lot going on here. Well, you've run away with me, haven't you? Here we go. Oh, jeez. MCFP, we had coverage of Torch for RC Race Car on YouTube. Let's help get some people in. Yeah, it does. You can show people what's going on. Terry House, hi guys, I'm from the UK and have been racing at club meets for a year or so. Well, I've noticed a lack of advertising of the hobby. Yeah, I fly RC planes. Yeah, it's quite good crowds. It's interesting that one of the things about these European events, and certainly in Portugal in the past, is that they do have. Well, we were at Pizza Place last night, and there was an advertising flyer for the event on the wall. Villarreal, where they hold a lot of track-based events, they always get the locals coming up. I remember the first time we did it years ago. They had 800 people walked up to watch the 1/8 finals. They had 400 or perhaps 300 for the Worlds a couple of years ago. They just get the locals to go, oh, it's me on, we'll come and watch. It's free, obviously, and there's beer. Why not? Crunch 8, I would like 1/8 endurance race. It's like 2 hour long. There's a lot of, well, organise it. Yeah, I know. Obviously, haven't. Yeah, I don't know anywhere that charges to watch RC racing. I don't think there's any reason why you would. The more, the merrier. Crunchy, how do you see RC car racing to make it stronger? It's about marketing. The point about RC car racing is that it is, like everything, battling for people's spare time and spare money. And you can argue whether people have got spare money at the moment or not, but you know that's not the point. But the thing about it is, if you're a youngster, you have many things you could do for fun. If you're a youngster who likes racing, there's many things you could do for fun. And of course, the biggest thing is, you can do very, very advanced virtual racing on either on console or on PC, and you can pretend you're racing in an F1 or Le Mans, and you can make carve a career out of it with virtual racing. But it's the different thing to do it for real, and it is the cheapest way of doing it for real is RC racing. People need to see it to understand. The good news is that next March there's going to be another event in the Milton Keynes Shopping Centre. I think it's the EFRA British Grand Prix, so that's come back again after missing a couple of years due to COVID. But that's a fantastic event. You have to get the event in front of people, either virtually or whatever. You have to get it moving. You have to show people what's going on. You have to so they know what they can, and also tell them how they can join and what they can do. You know, if your club, I know Milton Keynes Club I belong to, they have a club car, so people can come along, or a couple of club cars, and have a go without spending any money at all. It's, you know, it's quite a steep. The thing about RC is it's quite a steep learning curve to get into it. People don't think it is, because most people who've got into it have had a toy, and then learnt the various things. But if you're coming in from completely cold, it's quite hard. You know, it's not. I remember. You know, do anyone remembers the big RC? I can't remember what it's called now. Motor arena that was set up at Silverstone back 10 years ago now, more than that. And the idea was they wanted to do corporate events with RC, but it's not the same. You go corporate karting. Everyone knows how to drive a car, and a kart drives like a car. People don't know how to drive RC cars. You just give them a pistol or steel wheel. They don't know that you've got to turn it, how much you've got to turn. You've got to turn it the other way when you go back. It's a learning curve to get used to the basics of the controller. Hence the reason it doesn't work for corporates, in my opinion. But, you know, it is all about getting it in front of people, giving people have a go, explaining to them that it very quickly becomes second nature, but it is a bit awkward for the first few days. And then getting them in and getting the bug of the racing. Once people get in and start and begin to improve, you know, they'll start to enjoy it. Terry Howes, I know there's not a lot of money in the hobby, but perhaps manufacturers help local clubs with supplying balances for free and smart tracks and make it look more pro. There is quite a bit of money in the hobby. It's just where it's spent. You know, don't believe the cause of poverty. Obviously, the point about any company in any business is to make a profit, and you know, buy the owner a Lamborghini. But you know, in some ways, they need to nurture the project. We're covering the World Championships in September. EFRA give us no money for that, so we have to raise all the money to cover that through sponsorship. We've got a few great sponsors, including InvisibleSpeed.net. We've got Hot Race and J Concepts. We've got all that money, that sponsorship. But what we don't have, you know, and so I was sitting there going, I was chatting, and so I asked a well-known manufacturer if they'd help us. They're a well-known manufacturer based in Slovakia, and he said to me, this is like Tuesday, sent me an email, thanks Nick, yeah, but really, things are really tough, we've got no money, we'd love to support you. That afternoon, there was a Facebook post of another senior member of the same family from the Slovakian firm standing in front of a wall of kits. I think they were the touring car kits, a wall of them, 700 kits, saying, these are all sold, the next batch is on the way. So you've got no money, but you've sold 700 kits. You know, it's a willingness to support the hobby. It's a willingness to support the hobby which you don't control. Now, that particular Slovakian company, you know, do organise things. They organise their own series, their own races, and that's their methodology. They don't want to get involved in helping people in a general level. You know, it's their decision, it's their marketing decision. But don't tell me I've got no money. Tell me it's not because I want to do it. Just be honest. Say, look, we sponsor our own series. We don't want to do other series. You know, and so that's the issue. I don't have a problem with people saying no to me. It's fine. But it's just the situation where you say, oh, we've got no money, but you just sold 700 kits and you're selling 300 more, and you know, and you've got, you know, £6 billion worth of milling machines. That's what I decide. I have no problem saying no. Say no as often as you like. SMB remembers the Silverstone Motor Arena. Fantastic. Nick, the 1/10 guys will mention this as well. What's my first RC car? Was a Tamiya Rough Rider, which I got when I was young. I ran that for a bit, learned how to drive with that, and then I went 12th racing. So I didn't actually start off-road racing. I started 12th racing. It's a long time ago. I don't think it wasn't even an off-road club then. We're talking like 1981 or 2. So I did 12th racing for a couple of years, and then I started properly doing racing in about 84. With off-road, with a Tamiya Frog and then a Hot Shot and everything else. Nick, are you covering the big UK race on the DXR race? That race no longer exists, I'm afraid, Crunchy. DXR, that one isn't happening anymore. As far as mate, I would love it to have come back, but certainly the conversation I've had with the organisers, that's not going to happen again. You know, people say things and then the world changes, so perhaps it might happen again, but at the moment it's not going to happen again. So, which is disappointing, isn't it? So, yeah, it's a difficult. Yeah, we can talk about. We can try and change the problems of the world, but you know, it's a very fractured marketplace. RC racing. There are so many different classes, so many different manufacturers. People are specialising. It's also fractured amongst the continents. You know, America and Europe and the Far East. It's not always possible to do everything you want to do. David Sante, you sound like Jared Harris in the Chernobyl movies series.
Sound like who?
Jared Harris.
From the Chernobyl movies?
Chernobyl series, the series.
Oh, the one that, that was a great series.
Do you know who?
I don't know who he's talking about, but I can't think of anyone in that series that sounds like you.
I was doing my kind of serious voice. I was talking about I was telling my favourite story about a well-known Slovakian manufacturer as well.
Which one's that? I know.
You couldn't think about it. There's so many Slovakian manufacturers to choose from, aren't there?
Oh, it's not good then. Also, I've just seen your message from 10 minutes ago. Where are you? I was having a production phone call behind this very hut.
That's fine. What's the situation with the location of the banner?
We've got basically, after qualifying, there's a massive break of nearly 2 hours.
I'm worried people are going to go.
Hey?
I'm worried people are going to leave.
Well, that's what we should maybe... I'll tell you what. Let's play some sponsor adverts. We can discuss this off air.
Excellent. Sponsor advert time.
We may come back with a little bit of dead air, but we'll leave the ambience on just whilst we sort out proceedings for the rest
of the day. Lots to do.
RCGP loves Great Britain. So much so, on August the 5th, 2022, we're coming home for some British hijinks and all-out nitro buggy racing action.
Right. Sorry about that. Just doing a quick planning meeting as we continue to get content and features ready for tomorrow's studio show. I don't know how far Nick got through the questions, but if you are watching us on any of the platforms or locations other than the RC Racing TV YouTube stream, then do head over there if you want to join the chat. There's lots of people in there chatting, asking questions, and we try and do our best to answer them for you. And if we don't know the answers, we try and find the answers for you. Ami SMB, I think the DXR Neo race is no more. Yeah, not sure what's going on with that. It was one of my favourite races, to be fair. It was a great setup, well organised, and great food as well. But yeah, that was... I don't know what's going on with that. We'll see. Hopefully one day, maybe it will come back. Can you turn up the volume because I can't hear you when I'm delivering mail? I think our levels are loud enough. I try not to blast us too much. No one else has commented on the levels of the volume, so I'm assuming that it's just because you're delivering your mail that you can't hear us. Get some noise cancelling headphones, that will help. It sounds Nick pit walk will happen.
Yes, it will.
Yeah, it will. That's one of the things we were discussing. So you'll be able to see that pit walk tomorrow in the studio show. So we will be coming off, well, not off there, but we will be going to it'll be a nothing camera really, at 1:15 until just before 3 o'clock. So there's an hour and 40 minutes where we have quite a big break.
If you're missing nothing.
You won't be missing anything because it's lunch and then a team managers meeting. So
I should film that.
So we'll be going to get some features, having some lunch ourselves. We're going to go and talk to some of the young gun drivers. We'll be talking to the top 3 qualifiers, and we'll be doing a pit walk. We've got all that to do and eat in an hour and 45 minutes.
Easy.
And 40 minutes.
Thank you everyone who is watching on all our channels, which obviously is the Facebooks of both RCTV and EFRA, and the YouTube Red RC. Great to work with our friends at Red RC and Owen and the gang.
Who else could we thank?
Oh, thank you at the moment. No, there's a reason for this. This is building up.
Sorry.
I'm literally building into something here.
It's because you looked out to the track.
No, I'm building onto something which actually refers to you.
Oh, okay.
Right. Are you ready?
It's what I think it is. That's old school RCTV.
I know. I want to hear it once more. So if you are listening to that on any of our outputs, we're great. We're only actually monitoring the chat on the RCTV YouTube. So that's if you want to chat and join in, just please come across. I mean, obviously, the other thing is we do ask that you subscribe to the channel to talk. The reason for that is not because we're desperate for subscribers, because it keeps out the bots. Yes. It stops us being spammed by bots. Now, if you want to know what's going on in the world of RCTV, my best thing you can do is go to RCTV's Facebook page and subscribe. But if you're going to subscribe or join the RCTV Facebook group, there are a number of rules, aren't there, James?
There are a number of rules. We have an RC Racing TV group and we have a page. The group is for like-minded RC enthusiasts that wish to partake in discussions or share best practice or pictures of their cars, etc., etc. But we have the Facebook page, and you can head over to the to Facebook, type in RC Racing TV, 3 words, and look for our page. Hit like, and once we have confirmed that you are a real person and not the seller of fake sunglasses, hooky handbags, or unwanted cash pyramid financial schemes, we will welcome you into the collective. We've not actually welcomed anyone live on air.
No.
This is something we've not done for so long, partly because of COVID and partly because
I don't know who's joined recently.
It's a bit like flogging a dead horse, but we can have a go. If you head over to the Facebook page and hit a like, I, on air, will welcome you.
Wow.
Into the collective.
I just want to say that James can go home now. I've missed dodgy sunglasses and hockey handbags. It's been my probably my favourite thing from the entire 10 years we've been doing this.
It's been a while.
What you don't realise is that James was very, very kind of policeman-y about it originally. It was he meant it very seriously.
I still do, but there's automation things that happen now.
Yeah, they put these filters on where you had to, and suddenly half his job was done for him.
Yeah, that's it. I was just trying to see if... do you know, it's been that long since I've actually welcomed anyone to the page that I don't even know where it is now. If someone could hit us with a like, and then it will give me the link in Facebook to see where to go. Oh, I've been tagged in a... Oh, there we go.
So, yeah, it's... House of RC, apparently, have also got it on as well. Thanks, Crunchy.
House Ars.
Look, James is so good. This country,
I'm terrible at commentary.
No, but you're very, very good at slightly scaring people not to try and sell. I did like the fact we had pyramid schemes added. That's obviously, is that a personal issue you've had recently?
I can't remember what the third one was. It was always fake sunglasses, hooky handbags.
What was the third one?
I'm sure it was unwanted
financial products.
Yeah, something like it was unwanted financial something, and then I couldn't remember, so I just went into pyramid schemes.
It's good though.
It's been a while.
It's more modern. You've really picked up on it.
Oh dear, where is the welcome people?
Oh, that's now different because of the way it does it. It's slightly different. You have to go to. I go there, and it tells you you've got. It's people who want to interact for the first time.
Oh, is it that one?
Yeah. And then you get a lot of people who aren't real.
I tell you what, there are a lot of people that aren't real at the minute.
There's a lack of reality.
Do 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 do.
Dun, 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 dun. Oh, here we go. Participant request. We got 49.
Ah, here we go.
Have you got them up?
Yeah, someone's just requested.
There we go. Wedge-tail eagle. He's all right.
Wedge-tail eagle.
He has got 2 seconds ago, and he's actually got RC stuff down.
But that kind of fails at the first hurdle because it's not a real person's name. I'm assuming it's not a real person's name.
Well, I don't know.
It's not a person's real name, which I'm all for anonymity. Anonymity.
That one as well. He's got a motorcycle, which is a big tick, and then he's got lots of pictures of RC planes, so he's definitely an approve for me.
He's an approve, but you used to tell me for not finding out more about the person. So, Wedge-tail eagle. Oh, see now, again, I agree with this. He's got his profile completely locked down, so I can't give you a shout-out based on location or any other things, but we will say, Wedge-tail eagle, welcome to the RCTV page. You are approved. Let's have a look here.
Have you got Alan Julia?
Yeah, 3 hours ago. 78 friends, 5 in the group. Joined Facebook 4 years ago.
He's a yes for me.
You must agree to the rules of the group or you're not...
Do you understand? No.
Okay, well, this poses a problem because if I let you in when you've answered no...
But he's got 5 friends in the group and they actually feel like real people.
Let's have that's always... Okay, I'm going to take a chance on you.
ABBA style.
Take a chance. Mm-hmm. Don't let me down. To be fair, though, the automation stops a lot of people posting junk now. So I'm going to say, Alain Guillia, welcome to the RCTV Facebook
Here's a challenge,
page.
The third one. This one shouldn't be too difficult.
Oh, my word. Well, Malambasang Dang Matawang, a picture...
Of 3 different girls.
And I think that's probably a hacked... And you've not responded to the admin questions. You are declined live on air. Sebastian Joel, 4 hours ago.
This is a different one. This is difficult. He said yes. He says he agrees.
Yes.
Are we seeing RC in his other groups?
What other groups?
Hummer vehicles, yes. Voiture Visage.
4 hours ago. That's Sebastian Joel again. I'm going to approve you and see what you do.
Don't let him down.
I'll just get Frank to prove all these people if
Zach Mazurek has a picture of an RC car in one of his 5 pictures.
He does. Requested 6 hours ago. Friend groups 412 RC Complex VRC Pro. He's an RC racer.
He's in.
That's fine. Plays a bit of ice hockey, RC racing. Zach Mazurek.
In you come.
Welcome to the group. Oh, they're all coming now.
Queen Alley. No.
12 hours ago. I don't know. Let's not judge.
5 shots of a bloke in the same green T-shirt.
Well, maybe he likes green T-shirts.
No response, hasn't answered.
Yeah, if you don't respond to the questions, I'm afraid it's no. Paul Lay, 8 friends in the group. Let's have a look. Anyone I know?
I need to find that one. Yeah,
that's fine. I
yes,
think you're
they're
okay.
in. Matt
Paul
White.
Wade.
I know Matt White. Yeah, that's fine.
It's good news, Paul.
You're in.
Welcome to the group. Page, even.
Angus Fly also looking good because Angus has got a picture of an RC car.
He does.
Who's that there?
10 friends in the group.
Likes booze.
I don't know who that is. 10 friends in the group. What are the?
The French, I think he's a French leaning to him.
Member of the DJI Digital FPV France, Runcam RC group, and the Dyson Cinewhoop 3-inch frame.
Well,
I don't know what group that is.
But he's in wherever it is.
Is it one of those dodgy groups that it isn't actually what it says on the tin? Angus Fly, you're in.
Now the next one is brilliant because you can't see it, but it effectively her well, I say her name is Maison Chingo Senor.
Wow.
But literally every single letter has an umlaut or a cedilla or an accent on it.
I'm glad you even know what those type of letters are.
Oh, I'm just guessing that possibly she might not be an RC fan, though she has got a very nice bottom.
Yes, it's well, the reason I'm not letting her in is she's not responded to the question, so I'm afraid Mason, although I doubt you're listening. Oh, I've just approved it by mistake.
Have you?
Yes. Is there a do button?
Oh, God.
Oh, well. We'll soon farm her out. Tino Yambo, 18 member of 18 groups. Oh, 1/8, 1/10.
Oh, he's in. He's in. Philippine racer. Okay.
Yeah, and he's a great.
Well, there we go.
We were in the Philippines not that long ago, pre-COVID, with RCGP. Tino Yambao, you're in. Welcome to the group.
Emil
Bogdansky.
Oh, yeah. Lods for RC, HB Racing D216.
Emil, good news.
You're in. Here comes another lady with a nice bottom, who is Thai Phong Nguyen, who I think is Vietnamese, as Nguyen is the most popular surname in Vietnam. Do you know that?
I would like to know what they hope to achieve by all these pictures of ladies.
Very, very busty Vietnamese women.
I don't understand, but why would they want to join?
I think they then spam it with call girl stuff, not call girl, cam girl stuff.
Well,
same thing really.
Thu Pyongyang, I'm afraid. No, you declined. No, I wasn't. I think that's how it's pronounced.
Craig Meggie has 14 friends in the group.
Yeah.
RC's for Christ.
Yeah.
Lozy Live 5 Live T2. She's got several. All his personal pictures appear to him standing opposite his girlfriend.
Married in 2018 by the look at this.
She's a lot shorter than he is.
She's a lot shorter.
That is a massive height difference between him and his girlfriend. His wife, sorry.
It's going to give you back problems.
God, wow. That's what do you think that is? 1.5 feet?
At least.
Well, that's not quite as bad as Stu and his girlfriend.
Well, when you've got
Stu
that back from leaning over and trying to kiss your very short wife, at least when you're resting and recuperating in bed, you can now peruse the Facebook group because you are now approved.
I like the fact he works as a Krusty Krab. That's a plus point. Gavin Hill has one picture of a sheep. Is it
a cow?
He's in 15 other groups.
What groups are there?
Oh, they're all RC.
They're all RC.
He's in.
Gavin Hill, welcome to the page. Oh, what's this one?
Amoro Solo Bitten, not Bitcoin. Mr. Bitten has a selection of
pictures. It could just be genuine pictures of him and his.
Yeah, I'm saying no. I'm saying no on this one. I'm no on this one. No
response. I'm afraid no. Jack Uo.
No.
Uo-e?
No.
Why not?
No response. One picture of a man in a hat.
Well, maybe he just keeps himself to himself.
Alan Dale, I personally know.
Do you?
Yes.
Well, why is he not already a member
I
of the
don't know.
page?
That's the bigger question. Why is Alan not? Alan was up until this year was the team manager for this.
Oh.
And he's John Dale's dad. So I'm approving him personally.
Oh, I know him.
As very rarely I actually know someone who wants to be in the group.
There you go.
Petty Irvin. Why are you? No, you're not. You're a blogger. Straight out.
A blogger with no likes.
Yes.
Good luck in the future, but unfortunately you're not joining the group. Declined. I need to refresh my page. Hang on.
Nicolas Dupont. Do you understand? No. Again, I think people are misreading this. Do you understand? No. She's two friends in the group, and this is difficult. Oh no, FFBRC. Yes, she is an RC person. She's in.
Craig Dorby requested 4 minutes ago. That's a good sign.
Yes, he wants to be welcome now, does he?
DJI 5FPV. So
he's probably listening right now, waiting to be welcomed.
He might be. Recently joined. He agrees he's answered all the questions. Good news, Craig. You're in.
We've also got one even more recently. Josh Bugard, who requested just a few seconds ago. He's from Guernsey, and he likes Guernsey driving and parking. We've got to stop somewhere, haven't you?
Guernsey driving and parking?
Yes, both of them. He likes Guernsey 50 to 125cc scooters and motorcycles for sale, Guernsey cars for sale, Guernsey Car Forum, and Guernsey Radio Control Club. I'm guessing, just hear me out.
I will.
I think he's from Guernsey.
Yeah, I think so.
Yeah, so he'll be a James Le Pivot fan. More importantly, he's an RCTV fan. More importantly, he's in.
He's in the group. Michael Simon Blackburn, 7 friends in the group. Other groups joined. Mini Z Marketplace, Sim Racing Drivers, Koyo Show.
He's in.
Hang on. If you squint, it's mint. If you squint, it's mint. Interesting group. He's answered the questions. Good news, Michael.
You've joined.
You are in.
I'm loving this.
I thought you did Nicholas DuPont.
I did.
Oh, it's because it's just late on my screen. That's fine.
Right. Cuevas Jonathan, no. No like blogger.
No. Oh, another no-like blogger.
Yes, we have Sean Hewitt. Now, he has, yesterday, probably because he was so excited by the coverage we gave him before, he has 10 friends in the group, including Ashley Patterson, who I do know.
Oh, I know.
27, yeah, he's definitely 100% in. I'm approving Sean Hewitt.
A friend of Ashley is a friend of ours.
Right, the next one has actually written their name. I think that might be Tamil.
No, I think it says Colin.
But
But I've been stupid. Tamil? What, the language or the name?
No, I think I think it's an Indian script.
Oh, I thought you were able to read it, and that was his name, Tamil. Oh, wow.
No, it's an Indian script. I will be making a decision about him.
I think it's a no.
Yeah. Didn't answer the question.
Luke Dobransky.
He's a community on his own with no likes.
Oh.
No.
No.
Cedric Dugas.
Have you already said no to him?
Yes. Cedric Dugas in 26 other groups, including RC Ballard Group, Clio 5. Yeah, he's fine. We can bring Cedric in.
Okay. Hi, Cedric. Welcome.
Welcome from a day ago. Fabrice Loger Ferrier has. He's got he's large scaley by the looks of it.
Oh, yes. He's answered the questions. Member of other groups. What groups is he a member of? RC Life, AFX, Tommy AFX, Aurora AFX. You've shot ahead. Oh, here's one. More Vietnamese ladies.
You approved him. I didn't approve him.
I didn't approve him.
Oh, you need to approve Fabrice. He's not approved at the moment.
Oh, I'll approve it. Welcome. There you go. You're officially approved.
More Far Eastern ladies.
Yeah, let's say no to that one. Another Far Eastern ladies. Let's say no to that one. Oh, and that one.
That one.
Bo Enmark. What groups is he a member of?
Makita. That's just tools.
He's answered the questions there. I'll tell you what, Bo, if you're listening and you really want to pop up the group, I'm going to decline you now. And if I see your name pop up again, I'll know that you're a real person and I'll let you in. There you go.
Nicholas Bassinet.
Likes cats.
Well, not the film, because no one likes that.
No, that was a terrible film.
Why do they not have backsides? Yes. I can't get this to work. I think he has got...
Groups, Tamiya, Lego Modular Builders, and Mazda MX-5s.
It's all going well then. Absolutely. Nicholas Bassinet has made it.
You're in. And the last one for now, I believe. Oh, no, more have dropped in. Fabrice Gurin. 8 friends in the group.
38 friends. Likes RC the Ball. It's obviously been a French push, isn't there? I'm going to approve Fabrice.
You approve him whilst I just sneezed off air.
Yesmer Geronimo. Excellent. Posadas does say yes, and I agree. I'm not liking the rest of the things I'm seeing. Oh no, RC on-road penis. No, Pinus, not penis. Sorry, P-I-N-A-S. Not RC on-road penis. The word is Pinus, P-I-N-A-S.
It's a different kind of racing altogether.
Sorry.
Oh, it started already. It's not even lunchtime. Yasmir, welcome to the group. You are in. How many more have we got left?
I don't know, but James Gelador Ciadas has done hasn't responded, and he's also sat around with his profile pictures. I think he's a young lad. He's in Hanoi, Vietnam.
I'm just racing ahead and getting rid of all the
Right.
The weird ones.
So we now have David Sander. Dave just sent the message out to him. Where are you in? Did we say hello to David Sander earlier? Because he just told me he's in California.
I think so.
Joey Schifano, who has 75 friends in group, which is probably the new record. So I'm just. And he likes fish too.
I like fish.
He's got some big fish, some big carp, I think. So he's definitely in. Taravel Christophe has 40. There's a big push from France, I think you'll find. And Taravel Christophe, he's in as well.
Yeah.
I'm not so sure about Yanis Charlery, I'll be honest with you.
Let's have a look.
Oh, no, I'm wrong. I'm HB Racing Canada amongst his other groups.
Let's not judge too.
Oh, go on. Give some more forensic insight into what's going on.
No, nothing. I'm just going to say, Yanis, welcome to the group.
Excellent. Astrid Jimenez, I'm guessing no.
Oh, no, you need to refresh your page. I've already done all those.
Oh, right, okay.
We've only got one left. And
It's
last, but by no means
Tobias
least.
Henniger, who's got a BA in Dresden, from Dresden, and has nothing but RC pictures, in his, apart from his wife, in fairness, then RC pictures, and is all about the RC, and is going to be approved.
I think we should add a third question to the...
What, do you sell hooky hamburgers?
No, I think it should be, if it takes a man a week to walk a fortnight in 10 days, how many sticks of rainbow wool does it take to knit an elephant a jumper? And just see...
Whether anyone ever comes back.
Exactly.
Right, so that was...
Have you approved Tobias?
Yeah, that was 15 minutes well spent. I
wonder we haven't done that in ages.
I wonder how that went.
I feel
over.
I feel that's part of our heritage of RC
Yes,
Racing TV.
indeed.
We can't let... what's the word I'm looking for? Traditions like that go by the wayside.
Oh, Crunchy Date's into the join thing, so we don't know which one he was.
Oh. Crunchy 8, who are you in real life?
He probably has told us later on. I haven't got down the rest of the messages. I missed the instruction on how to be improved. SG Zip, you just have to answer the questions and not be a spammer.
Crunchy 8 urged you to go to Wester Park Model Air Show. I've wanted to go for that, actually, for a while. It's only not far from me, about an hour.
Lee Tracy, what's the surface? Was it tennis court clay? It's not far off that. It is a sealed clay surface. It's sealed with a glue. It looks like one of the people you accidentally added to your Facebook have already posted a random video to your page. That was you.
No.
You're going to have to...
That was me. You see how easy these people can slip through the net. One wrong click.
It's all gone horribly wrong.
Hang on, I'm trying to look at the
You just
page.
go to the main page, and it's a pain. You have to go out and come back in again. Look at the main page, and then you can just delete the video and ban the person. It's quite. You get quite cathartic when you ban them. They're banned.
Where have they published already?
Use the RCTV page, not the actual, but not the on there on the actual group.
Oh yeah.
On to group.
Sorry, I'm looking at groups.
I like the fact you're in TriCast user group, even though you've dumped him.
It's still handy to know. Let's have a look.
Where is it? Oh, it's not there, is it? Has it been killed already?
Are they winding us up, or is it sat in? We've got another participant request. Hang on, has anyone reported it yet? Where is this post? Potential spam. Sammy Salmon. 14 people in the group.
Well, that's halfway there, to be honest.
Sorry, in 14 other groups, sorry.
All right. I
don't recognise the name of the groups. You have answered. You don't look like a spammer to me. Sammy, I'm going to give you a lifeline here. Please don't let me down, like the other person did that accidentally let into the group, who we now can't find, who's
just causing trouble elsewhere.
Yeah. Sammy, welcome to the group. You're in. I need to...
I just realised I didn't share today's stream. That's absolutely amateurish. So yeah, so it's a busy job being a group admin, isn't it?
It is. Frank should be doing this. I don't know why there are that many people sat there waiting. Oh, it feels warmer today. The aircon's not really taking the edge off.
It's not. It is warm. It's the extra 2 or 3 degrees. As you said, it just come up. I'm looking at the screen. It just said on the subtitles, Frank should be doing this.
Show me the subtitles behind.
Hang on a second. I just need to do this thing.
Oh. I see.
cocked up there. Press the wrong button.
What are you looking for?
I'm just trying to share it. I need to share this to there.
Right. There you go.
It's not shared. No, you've dumped him. I need to be me again.
Oh, the subtitles are excellent.
They're a little bit behind at the moment, aren't
The only problem is I'm going quiet reading them, so
you're reading yourself.
they're a bit anti-productive.
Yes.
Let's have a look at the chat thing.
No, a second. I need to share this properly this time rather than cocking it up. Just put that in, wasn't there? Right. You want the actual chat bit?
Yeah, let's have a
There
look.
we go.
There we go.
It's like one of the people who accidentally posted a random video. Dave, we can't see this random video, so you're winding us up. Well done. Hello, Tara Evening. Lovely to speak to you. My favourite person on the chat. Made us socks all those years ago. Pecco's mum.
Oh, yeah. Hello, Pecco's mum.
This is great. I don't know if this the coverage is great, or I'll just walking around talking rubbish about things to people who are coming into the group. You haven't done that in years. Same with Nick's pit walk. We haven't welcomed. Well, the only time I can ever welcome people in the group properly is when I'm with James. It doesn't work with anybody else. It's just not the same. Hasn't got the same sort of sense of authority and danger.
What's Crunchy saying? Did Crunchy answer us who he was?
Yeah, we haven't got down there yet. But
oh, right.
no, we are down there. No, we are down there. Here we are. Yeah. Showing off Tech Italy, I think. Some highlights till now? I don't know.
Some highlights. What are the highlights from now?
Oh, where is Portugal? No, we're in Portugal. Where is Portugal? We're in
It's in Europe.
Yes, it is. We're in Barcelos, which is 35 minutes northeast of Porto. So we're in the north of we're inland. It's quite warm. The breeze is picking up, thankfully. We're
in fact, we can
currently on heat 4, so we'll go moving camera again in a little while.
That gives you a good idea of the weather.
Yes.
Nick's doing technical.
This is a quick chat with Zach, so if you could just say something.
Yeah, that gives you can see the weather there. Not a cloud in the sky. The aircon today is struggling, but hey ho. Let's have a look. So where are some highlights now? No problem, Ralph. That's fine. Obviously, you guys are on a bit of a delay to us, so we get your comments as you hear us, which is about 30 seconds behind. Of course, if you're new to this or you stumbled across us, we are RC Racing TV. We're here for the 1/8 European EFRA Off-Road Buggy European Championships. Brought to you by Invisible Speed.
Yes.
RCGP World Series.
Yes.
S-Works.
Yes.
Control.
Yes.
Red RC.
Yes.
And
EFRA. Did you say EFRA? RCTV?
I said EFRA. Yeah, I said EFRA.
Okay. It's nice that camera now, without the sun, it's actually have a similar look to the other one.
It would have been nice if you'd have levelled it out as well.
It is. I keep telling you, the track is not level. Look at the. Oh, actually, that isn't level. No, I'll give you that. I've got that wrong.
Oh, it's a good, lovely shot though.
The only way you can work it out is the grandstand level, and the grandstand's not level, so I have got that one wrong.
Yeah.
You can't level it against the track, because the track's obviously it's very uppy, downy, and angly and everything else. In fairness, it looks okay. It doesn't look like a Batman villain home, so it's all right.
No, not as up and down as Sandam Main. That was the steepest track I think I've ever been to.
That was very steep, that was.
It is. I guess it's still there.
It's still there. 2 European Championships in 2011 and 14.
I like that track. Other than the angry man that took my lunch vouchers off me.
Yeah. You've got a lot of problems with authority figures within RC. I mean, you've fallen out with the security guard. You fell out with lunch and voucher man in the sand.
He didn't like the fact I was able to get lunch and a beer with the daily allowance, so he came up and just took a strip of vouchers off me. And what's the word? Not berated, not tethered. What's the restricted? What's the word I'm looking for?
I don't know.
Restricted my lunch allowance.
Which you should never do. Never do.
Never do.
The RC Racing TV team has 2 distinct camps. Camp A has me and Matt in it, and Camp B has you and Frank in it.
Right.
And do you know what the difference is?
One of us is food
You two,
orientated.
Frank and you have to be kept constantly fed. or you just kind of wind down like a clockwork toy.
I'm all right.
No.
Frank's way worse than
Oh, no,
me.
this is not a criticism. It's just realistic. You're being healthy, whereas
How
Matt
dare
and I can have a breakfast and just carry on going all day and then get grumpy at the end.
Exactly, that's true. We'll have another member request. Juco Kenta. 57 other groups. VW Golf, 3D printing. Yeah. From Finland, I believe.
Finland.
Oh,
God.
I thought that picture there was like a religious picture
tale.
with a load of RC cars in front, but when I actually open the picture, it's not. It's other people praying.
That's a steal from Handmaid's Tale.
Oh, is it?
Yes.
Oh, right, well, there you go.
I don't think he believes in dystopian society. I think he probably just enjoys the programme.
Yeah, well, yeah. It's like, I don't believe in nuclear and cyborgs ruling the world, but I enjoy Terminator.
That's true.
Yeah.
That is very, very true.
Juco, welcome to the group.
Hurrah!
You're in.
David Sanders, when did you take notice of Ongaro? I thought he was going to be one of the best in the world in Italy. Well, he is the best in the world at the moment because he's world champion. I think we first saw David when he was quite young. Certainly, obviously, he burst on the scene. I'm going to say 2017 he won the Neo with not a whole wing.
Don't know. Oh, yes. I was
So
there
I
for
think
that.
that was 17 he won that one. That was where, but everyone already knew he was pretty good before that. So probably the Euros in 16 would be around when we started realising he was the real deal. But he's been very good from about the age of 11.
Was he sponsored by Associated then?
He was in his early days. I think he was Mugen.
Well, there was a tyre manufacturer as one of his sponsors, and the owner of the company was stood behind him, well, underneath him, with his dad when that wing came off. And I remember him kind of going, you need to come in, change the wing. And he's going, no, I can carry on. And it was a nail-biting, absolute nail-biting final. And he did it. He pulled it off without a wing.
He had 1/3 left, a bit in the middle.
Yeah.
The two edges had fallen off.
It's incredible.
Just goes to show.
But how's he doing here?
Well, it's interesting. That will link into one of Crunchy 8's questions.
Yeah.
Is what is the update on the overall top 15? Now, actually, I learned something in the conversation with JQ, which is always quite nice. I actually learned that they are. I thought they were counting 2 out of 5, which they did at the 1/10 track Euros in Hoodie, but I think it was. It's 3 out of 5, so it means the next round is very. The 3 drivers can still take TQ. Is the answer to that question? Not a question anyone asked, but I'll tell you anyway. And those 3 drivers are Burak Kilic, Bruno Coelho, Juan Carlos Canas. Kilic very much in the pound seats, though, to be honest.
Yeah.
So
we've got Ongaro in 4th at the moment.
Yep. And not liable to move from that. He's I can't see him going up, and I can't see him going down. So perhaps with a round win, he might get the 3rd. He can't be TQ, and at that point, it doesn't really matter after that because you're in the semis at the front of the grid, so it's fine.
So what's Burak got there? What's that?
He's got 2 zeros and a 4.
Got you.
So Coelho is a 0 and a 2.
Does that mean in his 4th round he got a 0, in his 2nd round he got a 0, and
Yep.
his 1st round he got a 4th?
And that was his best one because he was at a 5th. So basically, Kilic has 4 points currently for 3 runs with 1 to go. Coelho has 4 points as well, but he has 2 seconds. That's not as good. And Canas has 6 points.
Ongaro has
8
points.
This sounds like Eurovision. Ongaro, 8 points.
8 points.
Ongaro, 8 points.
If you're wondering what we're talking about, we have mentioned it a few times, but the live timing and all the current standings and timings throughout the day, everything you would want to know about this event, from timing and ranking, etc., can be found at myrcm.ch. That's myrcm for mother .ch, and then just click Barcelos, and all the information is in there. It
is, and I'd recommend you do it today because it's much easier to do today than tomorrow because there'll be a lot more events to choose from tomorrow.
Yeah.
On the front page.
Bring up the chat again. If you've got anything that you want to ask or want to speak to us about, today's the day because tomorrow will probably be
run,
zero
run,
chat.
run.
I'll go down.
Crunchy did. Ongaro's downfall is as RCGP starts. I think they're called gate starts. I don't know how much of a downfall. He won.
Lee
He won on Saturday and he was second on Sunday.
Did you answer, Lee Tracy? AstroTurf covered in glue.
No, and no, but
No,
no and yes. It's you've had a, didn't you? Someone tell you how they built it?
Yeah, so it's the normal earth underneath with about 40 centimetre layer of clay on top, and then once that's all compacted down, they cover it in kind of a glue and a layer of a chemical on top, which allows the water to literally run off and not soak into the clay. It's not hydrophobic as such, but it does allow for a very quick drying time. But that means that they can't race on it whilst it's wet, because it will probably not do the cars any good. I think more so as well, it doesn't do the track any good, because it will scrape those layers off and then down into the raw clay, and then bad times. So, but it isn't. It's very, very firm. It's like there's no give. Like when you used to go around Neo with the clay, your feet used to go into the clay by about half an inch to an inch sometimes. But here, there's no give in the track at all. It's almost like concrete, to be fair. And then when there are gashes in the track, there's a crew that come out in between each heat and go around and dab all of the damage on the track.
Copydex, I've decided it is. It's the only white glue I know.
Yes, or PVA, surely you know PVA. I think it is actually PVA that they're using just to bond the track back up.
And luckily, because it's 35 degrees out there, it dries instantly.
Yeah, everything's drying very instantly at the minute. Like my throat, as you can hear.
Well, luckily we've got now, we've been there on air now for 3 hours and 20 minutes, and the aircon's been on for 4 hours, and it's just about got around to a reasonable temperature in here.
Just about, yeah. Just about.
I know no one likes to hear us moaning about things, but it's one of the things that makes the day for us.
Yeah, yeah. You see in the background, just towards the middle and up and right a bit, you can't see it now, but we're surrounded by cornfields. There's loads and loads and loads and loads of cornfields and vineyards as well.
Can I do my joke again?
Which one?
Say about we're surrounded by loads and loads of cornfields.
We're surrounded by loads and loads of cornfields.
It's amazing. Anyway, move on. Canis is not there this time. He's second. He's third. He's third.
Yeah, Canis is in third position.
He's in third place. Character boss. If you two were one of the fast drivers, who would you be? Would you want to be Burak Kilic, or would you want to be one? I don't want Carlos Canas. I don't know what it is. I think he's a lovely, lovely lad. He's a bit small. I always quite like being tall.
But
I like being tall.
Who would you be like? Who do you look more like, or who do you want to be?
Well, I don't like any of them because I'm 30 years older than them.
Well, that's true.
I look like their grandfathers.
Don't know. I honestly don't know. It's such a difficult one to answer. I remember Burak at Neo as well. He was very young. Him and his brother came over. It's been great to watch them progress through the ranks over the years of 1/8 Buggy.
Well, they've leapt ahead. And, well, obviously, what you'd expect in those 2 years when we didn't really see anybody. They've jumped, as you would expect from people who go from the ages of 14 and 16 to 16 and 18. So they're certainly in there. Oh, Crunchy wants to be Boots. Okay.
Crunchy's always saying for the world, I'd like a live camera on the car go around the track.
Yeah, that's not going to happen. I just said right now, that's not going to happen.
For what?
We're not going to have a live camera on the worlds around the track. For the worlds.
Oh, on the car?
Yeah.
Oh, sorry. I thought you meant, surely we've got moving cameras at the worlds.
No. No.
Budget constraints? No, I see what you mean. It would never happen. These cars are dialed into...
People aren't going to do it.
Millimetre, precision and weights, etc., etc. No one will ever... When I speak to people outside the community who are kind of in AV or even FPV, they go, put cameras on the cars. No. A, the drivers can't use them to drive because the delay's too much. And B, the extra weight, the problem... No. It would never, ever, ever be allowed. We do take a camera car out for RCGP just to give us features for like B-roll and stuff, where we literally just strap a GoPro 10 to the car and send it out around the course by someone who's not going to be taking part in that competition, and that's pretty cool. We get some excellent footage with that, front and rear. We do a few laps front, a few laps with it rear facing, with chase cars, etc. Get some awesome footage.
Does look good. When the people following understand what to do.
We wanted to do live drone feed from just an overhead. The problem is manpower on these jobs. there's only 3 of us here on a job like this, and there's only so much we can do. But we did have an idea, and we bought a drone that we could hover it above the track as long as the wind's not too much, and leave it there for the duration of the battery, which at the minute is probably about 25-30 minutes, and take a HDMI feed off that. But unfortunately, the drone that we bought at the moment doesn't have a clean HDMI out, so we can't take a feed from the drone, which is very frustrating.
It's got a dirty HDMI.
It doesn't have any HDMI out.
Oh,
so
that's a mistake.
The bigger brother, the Mavic, I believe, has a HDMI out if you get the right controller, but it's a much more expensive platform. And also, the drone that we've got keeps us under the 250 gram limit.
So you don't need a license?
No, don't need a license, and it's a lot less conspicuous taking it from country to country when customs are looking at it, and it's tiny and it's light, etc., etc. So yes, unfortunately, maybe if DJI do, if anyone knows anyone in DJI that can possibly get the USB-C output to allow a clean HDMI on the DJI Mavic Mini 3 with a Pro controller.
Is there no output then?
No. No, it's really annoying. Such a shame, because the quality of the images, which you'll see tomorrow in some of the montage videos for the Saturday studio day, some of the shots from around here are just beautiful.
Keenan's got up.
Oi, oi, Keenan.
Hey, look, Keenan.
Morning, lads. Lads.
Boots did it in the past Euros, not live. He didn't.
What's that?
An FPV.
Yeah, sure.
Not on a race.
We did do a live.
You can stick a camera in RC cars, but you're not going to do it at the European Championship when it actually counts.
No. We did get a live feed once from Casino.
We did. We did twice actually. Did it in Sweden as well. Yeah,
Spain. That was Sweden. Sorry, that was with Stefan.
Mm-hmm.
The timing that you see in the top right corner of your screen and the timing, well, not the timing, but the rounds that appear in the top left is thank you to Stefan from Sweden, who is a bit of a coding genius who takes the data from the timing system and manipulates it into a on-screen graphic for us. He before he did this for us, he was in Sweden. He's a timekeeper. We took the feed from Phil from Neo, from his DJI Mavic. We managed to bounce it through a couple of servers and a bit of cleverness and a bit of Linux, and we managed to bring it in with a bit of delay. But since then, DJI did have clean HDMI out on the bottom of some of their drones. And so when we went to Casino, the track owner there loves his drones, asked if we wanted to send it up and take a clean HDMI, which we jumped at the chance. Little did we know he was going to launch it from about a 1 square metre space that was next to us in commentary and shoot it straight out of the what would you call it, the terrace. But that was awesome. Got some great shots.
That is, and we weren't, when we did it in Sweden, we were really ahead of the curve, weren't we?
Yeah,
doing it live.
No one done it.
It was a difficult delay, but it's still on there. It's still in the archive. Everything we've ever done's in an archive.
Yeah, it's there. Eskeltuna would be that's obviously pre-COVID.
2017.
I was going to say 2016, 2017. So that can be found.
Yeah, but Basal won the race. Which driver has given you the funniest interviews? Says David Sandante. I don't know actually. I can't remember. I think they're funny at the time, and you kind of lose them slightly. I can't remember the people who are grumpy more than anything else.
There you go. I brought the pits view up for you, so you can see drivers and mechanics. TV's about to turn off in 298 seconds.
Segundos. No, it's turning off. Press a button. Press a button.
Any button, up or down?
Apparently not any button.
You got to point it to the right of the screen. The track, excellent facilities here. They've been really good. They went and got us a fan and a brand new fan and a brand new TV, and supplied us with air conditioning. The TV is for Nick to be able to see exactly what's going on, because the little screens I use aren't great for commentary.
Magicking. So I'll give some thought to who is giving you the funniest interview. I think the most. I've had some pretty memorable interviews. Obviously, not necessarily ones in RC.
Oh, I know where this is going.
I got something I did many years ago. I got featured a couple of weeks ago on the Canadian Grand Prix stuff.
Did it?
Yeah.
What was that?
No, it wasn't that one.
What, the making Michael Schumacher cry?
No, that was many weeks later. No, it's when I tried to interview him, he hit the Wall of Champions, just stared down the mic and went, "Have you no respect for a human being?"
To you?
Yeah.
Oops.
Because I asked him a question like, "Why'd you crash?"
Who
Michael,
was that?
why'd you crash?
Who was that?
Me.
No, who was the driver?
Michael Schumacher.
Oh, Schumacher again. Oh, God, you didn't get... So you made him cry and you made him angry within weeks of each other.
Yeah, you see?
You don't work in F1 anymore, do you?
No. No. I think why it would be, but that was also many years. That was many years before that came to an end.
David Sundate?
On the backside of Disneyland.
Chilling at home, can't sleep on the backside of Disneyland. Does he live on the backside of Disneyland? Like round the edge?
Does that mean he lives in some place in sort of southern Orlando, or is it kind of a... is it Disneyland or is it Disneyland in California?
SG SIP. We haven't...
Disneyland or Disney World in California? It's Disneyland's California, isn't it? So Florida's Walt Disney World.
I don't know.
Luckily, I have no children in the age where they ever want to go, and I can also think of nowhere worse in the world to go.
Mine want to go. Well, my wife wanted to take our kids, and luckily COVID kicked in, and the trip that they were going on that they'd started paying for got cancelled. We got a refund. I wasn't going anyway because I hate Disneyland.
And now they're too old.
Oh, yeah, too old now. SG Zip, we had a similar looking service at our local track in Brisbane, Australia. The surface treatment used here is called Six Surface. It might be that. I'll see if I can find out the name of what it's called. It might be that.
So this is a track, says E94747. Absolutely correct. It is a track.
It is a track.
I'm sure he wants to pronounce it. This is a track like that. Who built a track like this? It's Cali. He says David Sandante is in California. So Disneyland is in California.
Oh, okay.
Where'd you get that one from, Keenan?
What's that?
Hopefully back in Cali later this year.
Interesting.
Round 4. I don't know if it's California.
I don't know if the location's been confirmed yet.
No, it has not. So that's fine, but I know where it is. Thank you, David. Yes, Disneyland is California. Disneyland World, Disney World, Disneyland is Florida. And then you've got Disney Paris. Disneyland Paris is...
Yeah.
All places I don't want to go.
No. No, thank you.
I went to... many years ago, I went to Disney Paris, 2011 actually, with my two and my niece. But it was less awful than it should have been, because at the time my sister was waiting a knee operation.
Right.
So she was on crutches. So she wrote in advance, and we got the disabled access.
Oh wow!
Brilliant. I hadn't got a queue for anything. She went straight at the front.
It's probably the only way to do it.
She had she got her knee replaced, and then she got her second. That was like 10 years ago, and then she got her other knee replaced a few weeks ago. Only 60. 2 knees.
My son had a trip to a UK theme park called Alton Towers yesterday with his mates. And
just queued for hours and got on nothing.
Yeah. And they avoided Smiler, which was a 2-hour queue. So they went to Galactica or something, or some other ride, or Nemesis, I don't know. They queued for an hour, got to the front, and it broke down.
It is pointless. It is pointless when you actually. I remember. I can't remember what it was. I actually did. When I was quite a bit younger, I did a Thorpe Park day, and worked out that we'd been there all day for 6 minutes of entertainment. Because the rides aren't very long when you're on them.
No.
Absolutely ridiculous. But if you have someone, if you do know a disabled person or an invalid, then just go to Disney World, because you just Disneyland in Paris, because you get the front of all the queues. The kids, I think it was, I can't remember which is Space Mountain, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, they went like 5 times in a row.
I think there's a market there for people with blue badge access to offer their services in return for a fee. So you can say, for £100 or euros, I will come with you to Alton Towers. You've got to pay for my entry fee plus £100,
and I'll look quite lame.
And I will, and then you can get to the front of the queue.
Do you know what? It's quite a good deal, to be honest. Keenan's asking, James Nick, any good pubs near Nemo so you can get a proper pint in August? Well, two things. First of all, James and I are doing the site survey next Friday for Nemo. Also, it's in the middle of nowhere. And you're staying in a really nice farmhouse with a jacuzzi, which we're not staying at. However, No, we're in a different house. We're in a less good place than the international people.
Oh,
You're
wow.
in a completely different place entirely on the Wednesday.
Different race on the Wednesday.
No, different place on the Wednesday.
Why?
Because you and Matt are going early, and you've got a special overnight on Wednesday. I'm not
Tent.
going on Wednesday. I'm going on Thursday. This is great. This is a technical talk. This is the logistics for a completely different event talk. But we're filling now, so it's fine. So we'll find you a pub. Don't worry.
There'll be plenty of pubs.
And they all serve decent beer, so you're fine. Yes, that is coming up 5th, 6th and 7th of August. There is still plenty of opportunity to enter RC2, where you will be able to enter the ridiculous complaint that many or several of our friends over the pond did. There's too much track time. I'm getting too much value for my money.
What, for RCGP?
Yeah, the Americans said there's too much track time. They're upset they're getting to run. They're not used to it, are they? They're used to being events with 10 million people, and they get twice a day they get on. I'm up again. So, yeah. So that one is coming up in a couple of weeks. Obviously, we have our big feature tomorrow, and then next week the Euros continue. And I know a lot of you here are off-road fans, but some of you Euros fans, we go to the most realistic to real-scale world event. That's the large-scale touring event at Ferrari. So not only is it most realistic, it's actually at the home of Ferrari. Well, it's quite near the home of Ferrari, where we'll be doing another Super Saturday presentation of everything that needs to be done at that large-scale event. After that, the boys are tripping off to probably, I'd say, my favourite location, which is Fairing. And the Punta Gamer. The Wendler brothers who run it.
Punta Gamer
I
is
always
amazing
remember I don't know if I can say this on air, that the Wendler brothers, in fact, all the people who the lads who work at, it's a very agricultural, rural part of Austria. So if you imagine like Texas ranch, but in Austria, and they're growing corn again around here.
Yeah.
The lads don't bother going to the toilets, do they? They just turn around and slash into the corn.
Yes.
And you're walking past three guys having a urination. And you're going, okay, hi. And they'll turn around and wave to you while they're doing it. Oh, God.
I went to use one of the portaloos here yesterday, and the door was unlocked. I opened it. There was a man there urinating. Oh. Why do you not use the lock?
Perhaps he wanted you to come in. Who knows? Anyway, so that is when the brothers into the Punta Gamer of the Euros large-scale off-road, which is also quite a good visual thing. It's like this, but bigger and slower. And then after that, it's the 1/10th IC Euros. That's down at Gubbio near Rome. And then it's RCGP at Nemo.
Is that our last coverage of the year?
No. And after RCGP at Nemo, it is the 1/8th track Euros in Valencia. Then there's a week off. And then Bank Holiday Monday and Sunday, so Bank Holiday in the UK, so it's the last Monday of the UK in August. We've got the Hearts GP. Then we wait about a week, and then we go to the World Championships in Redovan, where RCTV are the host broadcaster. Please give me some money, because this might haven't given me any. And we were there for a week, and then the following 3 days after that, we fly out, or the team flies out to do the IFMA 1/10th Electric Worlds. And then about a month after that, perhaps a bit less, we go and do the 4th round of RCGP TBA, where it is. It's in America, but exactly yet has yet to be finally agreed.
Yeah.
There's a few tracks vying for the honour. He says, you guys are busy. Yeah, but this is just the RC stuff we're doing. I'm doing a load of karting. You guys are doing a load of everything.
So I've gone very quiet. The heat's kicking in. I'm
Are you asleep?
You know, you were saying about the keeping me fueled. My tanks are running low.
Oh dear, it's a while before you get anything either. So we're on heat 7 now. Well, we're on heat 7. So we started that. We'll come back with the moving cameras soon. And obviously the top heats are 10, 11 and 12, which are in about 25, probably half an hour at 3 heat before they happen.
I'm going to go shortly and put this banner up so that's ready for...
That's a great idea. But don't call me shortly.
Surely.
Oh dear.
It's a great film.
The No Name loved your answers to my questions on episode 197. Oh, they're now talking about episode 197. Keenan, can you just remind everyone of the number of the greatest episode of the No Name RC podcast, the one with me about 6 weeks ago? Apparently not the most popular. I can't believe it, can you? Didn't get their greatest listening figures. Nightmare. So yes, you want to hear more about what we do and how we do it, and more importantly, massage my ego because it obviously needs it. I did the No Name podcast a few weeks ago, and Keenan is about to put down which episode number you should go for. Yes, Tara, of course we're covering the large-scale off-road Euros in Austria. Of course we are.
Is that Ferring?
Yes, in Ferring. Yeah. It'll be Jude, it'll be Matt, and doing the talking, I think, is Frank. I think Frank's doing the commentary. Trying to make up for 2012.
Make up for 2012?
Yes. Frank owns the...
is it the hospital visit?
No, that was that's when Frank did the worst commentary anyone's ever done. Because he was half asleep at 3 in the morning. And it's like...
Okay, please don't make those noises.
Is Hazelwood using the concept car? I have no idea. I will wander around the pits on the pit walk and find out if he's using the concept car. Might be. Adds RC Racing, I do not know, but I will actually find out. If I don't interview him, which I will still find out, and I will tell you if you remind me at some point during the rest of the day. Come on, oi, Keenan, what number was the podcast was I on?
He might not be listening now. He might have just...
Oh, he was listening a minute ago for his chat with everyone else he likes.
He might have popped out somewhere.
Well,
that shot there is great. You see the cars going over the corner. You see they're just not quite touching that corner as they go over.
Jessica Powelson's this one. So episode 193 was funny. Was that mine? Don't know. Who knows?
189 was yours.
Is the 1/10 If My World's going to be done by the 1/10 guys that did the Euros? It's the same commentator, so it's James is going to be doing the commentary. It's Frank's going to be there as well, so it's James and Frank.
I'm not doing commentary.
James Stewart is doing the commentary. Frank's there, and Zach's on the camera. It was Matt last time, so it's 2/3 of the team that's doing it are going to be there. It was episode 189, the Nick Damon show. That's one you should go for every single time. BJ Williams, yes, you guys aren't coming to the large-scale touring car worlds in California. No, we're not. I don't know who's doing that. I wouldn't be at all surprised if Paul started doing it. Not seeing any announcements who's doing the large-scale worlds. I'm not quite sure why it's on this year, because it's not actually on the rotation that it should be, but I'm not going to criticise things.
No, don't do it.
What's the most used engine today? I have no idea. There will be I'm pretty certain that either today or possibly tomorrow there will be a complete graph produced with all the breakdown of chassis and engines and everything else. Yeah, we absolutely know that 189 is the greatest episode ever of the No Name RC podcast. Good news. So Jessica Powelson's in this one, and she obviously is JQ's nemesis. Back on Alton Towers again, aren't we? Guessing you don't have the little corn flies like you do. No, there aren't. We don't have I call them thunderbugs. No one else seems to.
God, those things.
We're quite sealed up here, actually. We've been very lucky with a limited amount of insectorial annoyance. In fairness, when we've been out of an evening, there's been quite a few little irritating flies, but not on the scale of Robin Hood Raceway. Yeah, actually, wildlife-wise, this is pretty good. Perhaps it's too hot even for the mosquitoes to be bothered. There are a lot of lizards around, which is great. There's lots of little lizards all around. You see them all the time scurrying about, little tiny little dirty lizards. There were 3 of them where we were eating yesterday. One of them unfortunately lost his tail. Oh, there we go. This is you've got to come back. You've got a question. You've got a question. Question to you. Right, I can only bring it back once, so this is one question I'm going to ask. I know it's aircon. It's far more important. The aircon's broken. So that question, we have to wait, Keenan. Yeah, so it's not too bad on problematic fauna and flora at the moment. James is attacking the end of the... I see. That's worked. Ah, shoving it right out, misses. There we go. That's a man who knows how to work air conditioning units. Right, you need to answer this one question, and then you can go and put the banner up, okay? Okay, here's your choice, and it's a question from Keenan. A question for James. If you had a choice between an Italian toilet or the overflowing toilet at S&B Raceway, which would you go for?
The what? The Italian toilet, overflowing toilet? I'd just hold it in.
Oh, brave, brave.
You'd obviously have to go Italian.
Mm.
You'd have to go Italian for the squat method.
Ugh.
Honestly.
Ugh. Right.
I've got producer Matt calling. I need to call him back.
Yeah, can you also put the thing up?
Go. Mute me. Goodbye.
That was James Parry of this parish. So, Powelson not too quick at the start. This is obviously the big argument with JQ. Who's it going to be? Once you go Italian toilet, you do. Honestly, I've no idea where you've taken this great love of the Italian toilet. I really don't. I've absolutely no idea what's going on. It's bonkers, your love of the Italian toilet. What's the surface you're racing on, says Shane Parker? It is sealed clay. The clay's been put down top of mud. It's then had a coating applied to it, which is then sealed. So it resembles, in fairness, concrete or tarmac. I mean, it's obviously not got quite the same grip as either, but if you treading it, yeah, you know, that's what it is. Let's go, Jessica. Retire JQ. Honestly, Lefty, that's not very supportive of your mate, is it? We're more hoping that, of course. Need to write down. Don't forget, it's not about qualifying, though. It's about where they finish overall. So once they get in those quarterfinals, it could get very, very close. Oh, look, my friend's back. Morning. So just chatting with Zach, who's wearing a New York Red Bulls top, which irritates me because I can't stand Christian Horner, and therefore anything Red Bull. Even though I think Adrian Newey is a fabulous bloke, because Christian Horner is such a see you next Tuesday. I really can't stand anything Red Bull. Absolutely, I've never known anything provide such a massive visceral reaction in me against a brand as Christian Horner does. I've got nothing against Max Verstappen. I think he's a very worthy world champion, all the rest of it, but Anyway, back to the story again. At Cockcroft, where are you staying for RCGP Nemo? I'm sure you find a pop-up. He doesn't know where he's staying. He's staying actually about 4 miles from the track in a nice farmhouse. That's where you are, because I know where you're staying, because I booked it. Crunchy that an Italian toilet is trumped by a Japanese toilet. for a pint of Draftkin is one of Yorkshire pudding. I'm not sure Yorkshire pudding is particularly popular in August, even in the UK. Keenan needs a Toby Carvery. Yeah. No idea what that is. No, yeah, go to a Toby Carvery. That'll do it. Right, Jessica Powson got 9 in 5:17, so that's one to remember for this international challenge with JQ. Ryan Majubi was second in that one. And then I think Andrew Meyer won again, actually, there's 16. So there's 3 of them covered by a second. So it's very close in this sort of area, which means that the final's going to be very close. So we'll have the camera moving soon for the end of this round. I am on point with this travel arrangement, absolutely. I've booked all the places for us to stay for RCGP. Now, C4S Castor says the discussion about toilets is kind of useless down the drain, so to speak. So I think he's actually being amusing. But I would like to point out that it is never useless to discuss toilets at an international event. It is absolutely key. You need to know where they are, which are the good ones, which are the bad ones. It's a constant fight against the chance of getting salmonella or just very much feeling ill from the sickness of of the whole thing. So you get a view of the circuit. There's a big grandstand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, 70, 80, 88. 88, 128. It's 150 seater, that grandstand in distance. All good news. Nemo Raceway has decent toilets. Well, I'm hoping to discover that on Friday when I do the site visit. Friday is toilet day. So into Heat 8. Just to remind you once again, Heat's the way it was divided up following qualifying, pre-qualifying, in practice qualifying on Wednesday. Was the first 3 heats were the bottom 25%, the next 3 heats were the middle 25% lower, and then the upper middle 50 to 75. And then we had a bit of fun with the top heats, which are coming up. So we're currently in 8 of 12. There's 5 heats to go. People hoping to do a bit better. Get rolling. Okay, so up and running on practice. Is he happy with us?
Yeah, just a technical link tomorrow.
Crunchy day. Nick, I'm wondering what made you combine RC racing into control sport as well. Just wondering, always wondered that. Well, there's no massive secret about it. RC racing was something that I put together initially for a TV show back in 2006. I met Matt and we began working together, and Matt became an integral part, and that's when Matt was working with HPI. But Matt began to branch out other things he was doing for a lot of full-scale stuff. So that included the drifting they were doing and the special items with Bagsy and the and that sort of thing. And so that was in Control Sport, which is Matt's company with James. And because we got a lot of shared resources, we did a lot of things together. We just kind of combined it for the promotional side of things, and YouTube side of things. They're 2 separate companies, but all friends and all sharing stuff. So the way it works, no secret on that. I mean, Control Sport is going to become a much broader racing situation, so that's why. I mean, I've obviously got another sub-brand now with Karting Live TV, so pretty much the stuff that I'll be doing, so karting and RCTV, will always be live. I'm always doing live stuff. I'm not particularly into the post-produce, whereas Matt does a huge amount of post-produce stuff with Control, so that's a major difference. I mean, work about. And our camera's moving. How exciting! Replay guy did. I missed the guy falling over. Oh, damn. Here we go. I don't know who it is though, but mainly because I missed it, it went past. But we are now with our moving car. I'll find him in a second. He'll come towards me and I'll work out what it is. Luckily the numbers are on the wings, which is really quite useful. This is number 11, which is Mr. Lambert's. Which Lambert's it is, I must now tell you. It is Nikolai Johannes Lambert's from Denmark. As he flies to the top of the circuit. Turning and braking. So all up in the air about who's going to get TQ. It's a choice of 3 people can get it, none of them in this heat, by the way. Which is Birkin Kilic, Juan Carlos Canas, and Bruno Coelho. Germany, Spain, and Portugal. Nice bit of sliding. This will be Lambert's first timed lap. It goes over in 36.3, which is, that's kind of the worry, isn't it? I mean, it's 2.5 seconds off the top lap, and there wasn't really an awful lot wrong with it. So it is that invisible speed, which invisible.net, which we talk about. Because Lambert obviously can drive this car very effectively around the circuit, lap after lap, but where is the actual pace? Navarro Parente in. Navarro Parente? That's Adrian Parente, sorry, who's in rotating up and down. Going through the switchback. So this is heat 8, then we have heat 9, then we hit the top 3 heats again, and we wait to see who will take pole position for the European Championships 2022. Come to this, very often this situation is decided long before the last round, but it's coming down not easy, and it's also between 3 people, so much more open than we've had before. I think this is this track, and it's moved across so that go with the green car. It's just gone ahead. This is the 7, I think, which is Astorino, Gabriel Astorino. Interesting, he's scored behind him. It is the 7, he's scored behind him. Just watching it come into my view now. That is Astorino in the 7. I'm very disappointed that big single is not giving them the chance to do an absolutely massive leap into the wide beyond to that 3rd jump, but they've all decided that's just not on, and they're giving it a heavy braking moment. Here we all go. So much steeper. A lot of these, I keep looking at this. Now, once I recognise the layout, you just don't recognise a huge amount of elevation there is. It's so high when you go up this tabletop up here and drop down. So let the car go here, but don't pick up the next car because we've already seen him. So pick up the 2nd car to go past, which is the 1 car of Theo Lamarie, who disappears into the shadow in front of the rostrum and then he disappears from sight. Now, obviously, Lamarie has let through well there. That's some good driving again by Lamberts. very huge black line in the track now, which is obviously mostly rubber, but also a little bit of oil and exhaust and everything else. So track rubbering up, gripping up, and more importantly, that rubber layer does significantly reduce tyre wear. Oh, that's a mistake you don't want to do again. But too late to get the replay, sorry about that. But you don't want to do that mistake. And Le Marie did 35 there, so he's done some better. So he lost about a second. It wasn't a huge error. One was really annoying because he's just lost a bit of momentum. But it was a slow corner, so it's not the end of the world. Oh, blimey. Certainly trying the dramatic way around there. Car constantly doing something on this track. Even just doing that downhill, there's a jump, there's another jump, there's a dive, there's a turn, there's a start finish. You hugely brake and then brake and crawl over it, but try and keep enough downward momentum. That's the thing, it's how slow you go over it. It's about getting that downside momentum, which carries you a bit of speed along the track. Because Le Marie, best times are 34.2, so you know it's not awful. About what, half a second off. Well, even more than that. If he could do his every lap half a second faster, you'd be right there. I mean, that's ifs and buts and everything, maybe. But you know, there's a very small margin on this track. It's a track that a lot of the drivers. Oh, where's that gone? There was a car there a minute ago. Where's he gone? So that's the end of Marie's run. He's off the track somewhere, being slowly rescued, hung up on the fence. I wonder if it's still working. Is he? No, it didn't even flame. But that's a massive problem. And oh, actually, it doesn't matter because he finished. The lucky monkey had finished the race. That was actually an accident he had after the race had finished. So he crashed it on the slowing down lap. So what do you say about that? Lucky, lucky, lucky. Thilo Mari won that with a 12.9. Then for Lanco, Marco Natali, Goncalo Mello, Adrien Parente, Jorge Sola, Gabriel Astorino, Jürgen Trieb, Nicolai Johannes Lambert, Matthew Chaffredon, and David Todd didn't get the trip. For some reason it's saying Heat 5. That wasn't Heat 5. I have no idea. That was Heat 8. Oh, it's the reason it's saying Heat 5. It says Heat 5 on the... no, that's weird. That was a miscue on my RCM that gave that wrong result. Heat 9. So this heat, and then we move into the top 3 heats. So it's Elliot Marcon, Jordan Lott. Jordan actually is the highest ranked of the people within this second 3 sets of heats. Tom Robert, Wesley Van Helmen, Darren Bloomfield, former European champion, not a regular racer now, so that's why he's in the next level. It's Rem Igon, Maxime Noble, Marcin Trieb, Ivan Navarro, Pierre Aboulon, and James Lepeveux. Oh, got a message from Zach, this is exciting. Apparently Zach has seen someone take that big first thing, was a massive jump. But in fact, fairness to JQ, he did say that might happen once we get into the actual finals. People will find a way of getting over past people. So as I say, this is the Heat 9, and then we move into the top heats and the battle for pole. That is not. It's a battle for top qualifier because pole doesn't happen until tomorrow. Any Team Losey guys? There's plenty of Losies out there. No, he jumped the roll. That's what Sandati did. That's why he fell off the side. Most common wing. Chuck DeBoss says, my girl, 20 days old, is watching the Euros. Well, it's good to get them going young. How far is Lee Martin Boots in the top 10? I think Boots is right on the... I think might even be in the top 10 now. Lee's a long way off. I think he's in the quarters. Thank you. We do a lot of stuff. Who topped round 4, says BJ Williams? It was Burak Kilic again, his second TQ. Allez la France, says Virgin Velour. I can't remember. What's what used to run TLR. Don't know what it runs now. I haven't got the latest chassis news. Elliot Marcon, Jordan Lott, Tom Rabat, Wesley Van Helmen, Darren Bloomfield, Jerome Igon, Maxime Noble, Marcel Trieb, Yvan Navarro, Pierre Rabelon, and James Lepavot are your 11 runners. So the time to say thank you to invisiblespeed.net, thank you to S-Works and the RCGP series, who are the sponsors of this event, T-Pro, who are sponsoring the replays. Savoya is in Kyosho now. Right, so this one is about to get rolling. We are at, how many are we at now? How long to go? Down to 50 seconds. They're taking their fuel. Is it time for Zach to do his magic? It is Thierry Henry top with his magic. Here we go. Oh, he's chosen a car. It's very exciting. Will it go for fuel is the question, this next one. Yes, it was. It's number 4. What a naughty car that is. Who's next? Who's next? It's car number 8. No, not going for fuel. Right, car number 8 of Marcel Trieb. Hasn't started counting yet, so he was just wondering where he was. I think he was trying to get a bit of space, and then of course other cars emerged from the pit box. You don't really want to be that close to somebody else, I don't think. Not when you've got effectively 3 or 4 seconds of space for every single car. 11 cars, 33 seconds of minimum drive time. He lost a lot of momentum there. He just dropped dead, didn't move, didn't pull properly at all. So it doesn't matter, because that one didn't count. So Trieb looks to start his first scoring lap. A nice entry in the switchback, carried quite a lot of speed there, made it look like a very smooth run in. So the first lap is completed for Tree with 35.2. Again, that's second off where it needs to be. Trey Mygon starts with a 34.5. I've seen this quite a bit, that actually people take a couple of laps to get into the swing of things. Don't necessarily get everything quite right straight away with the first lap, and they just build a bit of speed over the next couple of laps. Okay, leave him now. That's Marcel. Just go back to the waiting position. And our next victim is car number 0. Here he comes. Down the hill, white with the wing. That's Pierre Rabounon. Gone for a 1-can paint job. So no race paint for Pierre. Oh, it's very busy. Look at his car, very busy. It was all up in the air. Then he was waggling the wheels trying to keep things straight, then flat landed it. Just a bit too much energy going into that car. That's really now going to be quite irritating the person behind him, because he lost quite a bit of time with Red Bull. Really doesn't appear to be particularly well sorted at the moment. Let's see if we can calm it down. It was a 37-second lap, which kind of shows you where it all went. It was just too busy. Still looks busy. Doesn't look smooth at all. He's got a problem now that he's picked up a bit of speed. He's perhaps as fast as the guy ahead of him. So both of them are absolutely lousing up each other's run. Nope, don't want to do that. Okay, let's leave him. Not this one, not this one, this one. Number 1, there we go. That's car 1 of Elliot Marcon. Freshman's RC GP RC2 victory, Elliot. Was it Marcon? No, it's Thomas Musso. I've got the wrong person. It was Thomas Musso won RCGP, sorry. Completely got my brain confused there with various French drivers. Person coming back from the pits, that's not what we want to do in a 5-minute qualifier. So again, bit of clumping, too many cars here, not good news for Marcon. He's let by the first in the blue and the red car. Might be Navarro actually. Jordan Lotley. Oh dear, no. What's the thing? I'm not sure I've got all of that, but let's see what happened. I think we can see a little bit what happened here. All right, that was someone clunking a couple of other cars at the same time. Oh dear, yes, it's been not the greatest result for either drivers there. The T-Pro replay. Marcon now, I think on his last lap, yep, this is his last one, he's done 8, this will be 9, he's on for 11, 5, 11, 9, so it's not too bad. This is very much the hors d'oeuvre as we wait for the main course of the 3 top heats. There we go. Marcon temporarily takes the lead on a 14. Bloomfield finishes on a Tom Robin. I'm going to take the master up there. Jordan Lott goes second. So 12-2 for Tom Robin, 12-5 for Jordan Lott, 14-4 Elliot Marcon, 15-7 for Darren Bloomfield. Maxie Noble was 21-3. People still finishing. It's quite a spread out bunch here. Pavot stays in 8th. Mr. Van Helm may not have got the trip. Navarro is overdue, so there is your result. Good result for Le Bleu. Top 3 for France. Robin, Lott and Marcon. Then Darren Bloomfield, Maxime Noble, Marcel Tribe, Jérôme Igon, James de Pavot, Pierre Rebidon, Ivan Navarro, and Wesley Van Helmen, who I think had some problems. I think he may be that pit call we saw earlier. Okay, it's time now to ramp up as we get to the top 3 again. It's good to see you watching us on all the other ways you can see us, Facebook and other YouTubes. We only really, I'm sorry because it's just the only way you can do it, we're only really monitoring the RCTV YouTube page for YouTube section for the comment, so we probably won't be able to see your comment unless you place it on the RCTV YouTube page. There are many commenting here. E-Money says it may be the best phone track I've ever seen. Borak is in the catbird seat for overall TQ. Well, I think he is actually, but I'm not sure. So it's all going on in a way that we now move into this top heat excitement. It is all on these next 3 races. In many ways, all these next 2 races, because the third race is more about people who can annoy the positions 3, 4, 5, 6, and 7. So Bruno Coelho, who can be TQ in 1, Dave Ronald Falcon, who can't, Burak Kilic, who can and currently is TQ. And 3, then Oscar Baldo, Daniel Parente, Lee Martin, Renaud Savoia, Jorn Neumann, who's doing very well at the moment, Ricardo Montero, Hugo Tavernon, Miguel Matias, and Josie Quadgreen, who's in a personal battle with the Swede Jessica Paulsen. So there's a lot of things to wrap up when we get to the end of this one, and wrap up we will in these 3 heats, but there's a lot of work to be done for these drivers now. So who do you think is going to win this one? Who's going to emerge as TQ? Cars down for their warm-up. Q5 Heat 10. Not often that you get to the final couple of races of a massive 2-day qualifying event with no idea who's going to be the TQ. Kilic in the pound seats, as we say. So he's up against Coelho in his home track. And Canas, who's in an absolutely stunning run of form. How many qualifiers be? This is the final qualifying round. 3 to count. We have quite a bit of a long lunch break, and then we come back with some lower finals this afternoon, followed by more finals tomorrow, and of course our big final show. So thank you for joining us. We are RC Racing TV, and we're bringing you the 1/8 Off-Road Euros 922 for EFRA. 2022 with supported by InvisibleSpeed.net, S-Works and RCGP. Join the RCGP Round 3 at Nemo Raceway, 5th, 6th, 7th of August. Right, down to about a minute and a half to go. So they'll do one more lap and they'll come in for fuel. And then we need to get ready for a bit of on-track action, Zach. It's all about Coelho v Kilic in this heat, but also they're also against Canas, who's not even in the same race, which makes things difficult. But the big strong point for Kilic is the time he did earlier, which was a 9 in 5 minutes, 0.8. No one else has got within a couple of seconds of that, and the track is probably not as quick. Now it's been under baking sun for 4 further hours when they were last out there. So the cars go in with 30 seconds to go. When they come out again, they will be doing their race. Let's pick up the orange car down the straight now, and that is Coelho. So Bruno will start counting the next time round. He needs to win the round to usurp Kilic. Oh, going on here? What's he doing? Making space for himself, I think. Interesting. He went behind another car. Has he gone behind Kilic? I don't know. Oh, he's waiting. You can see he's doing a lot of waiting, thinking about what's happening traffic-wise. So making himself some space. It's a wise thing to do. This can all go wrong, of course, when people... Yeah, he actually let Kilic past him. There's 3 cars quite close ahead of him. I'm not sure this is the greatest piece of spatial awareness from Coelho, but he's done the best he can. Don't forget, Coelho won the Euros when it was in Portugal in 2018. That was at Flexidas. He said it wasn't a favourite, and the event was basically dominated by De Leon Gara until he had a problem in the semi-final. Still managed to come back from the last chance from last and qualify through, and I think ended up on the podium, but it was enough for... Right, Coelho's right behind the 4 car of Brian Baldo, I think it is. Oscar Baldo, sorry. Well, choice of 2. Got it wrong. Now he's also going to move out the way because this is where it's gone 33.4. So he's faster than Kilic, who started with a 34.1. So it's currently advantage Coelho, but the problem is he needs to win the round anyway, because it's not just beating Kilic, it's winning the round. I don't think that the basic pace is there in the track to get that 0 that he needs, go below 3.0. But the X-ray, powering down the main straight. Coelho, very heavy braking there. That second lap where he was blocked by traffic was a 34.2. Well, it's a bit unkind to call Baldo traffic, but he is a little bit slower. Parente, Ronald Falcon, Kilic running in 3rd in absolute time, just only half a second behind. Oh, that's not the right line. That cost you time. Coming too tight up to the top of the hill there. So they all complete. There's Kilic about to complete a lap. There's Bruno. So Kilic goes a little bit quicker, 33.7, 33.9. So Daniel Parente actually is also right in the mix as well. So the absolute distance between Kilic and Coelho is just 0.3 of a second. So Burak's found some amazing amount of confidence over the course of this event. Bruno never really lacking in confidence. So the next lap to be completed. And that one was a 33.3. That was a quick one, and that brought him 0.8 ahead. Now I'm going to ask Zach, can you do something difficult? Can you move forward 2 cars to the blue car? Because that's Kilic, that's the competition. On the Mugen. Absolutely. I think we're not surprised he's doing well. We're surprised he's doing that well. Falcon, he's topped 2 rounds of qualifying. Car does look a little bit looser in the air, if that's possible, than the machine of Coelho, who looked perfectly happy. So Coelho from Kilic, you can see there at the top, the lead is 1.6 seconds. And that's really what counts. I don't think because of the track they're going to be able to beat the ultimate time, which would mean that it's advantage Kilic if anyone draws with him on points. Which would happen if he stays second and no one comes between him and Coelho. So Kilic has a number of advantages to his name at the moment. He's got 2 wins and he's got the fastest race time. There goes Kilic, there goes Parente, there goes Coelho. The slightly bothering. Now the worrisome thing now is he's got Parente in between him. So Parente, the young Spaniard, is a spanner in the works because he doesn't want to have an extra. Because if Coelho tops this and Kilic is not in second place, then by my reckoning, it goes into, even without anyone else being involved, it becomes advantage Coelho again, and he moves back into position to be overall TQ. Bonifat now in there as well. Kilic goes back to the top on a 58, Coelho on a 56. 1.6 seconds. Parente did a mistake and dropped himself out of the whole situation. So that's absolutely left this man off the hook, because there's a gap there, isn't there? There's 1.6 seconds for someone to drop into, and that would take Kilic out of TQ. If they tie on points, Kilic has got it with his faster time. And that is, he assumes that they will complete this, the penultimate lap. Kilic is a 33.9, Coelho a 34.3, so a bit slower there. And the good news for Kilic is that makes the gap between them smaller. It's 1.2 seconds. So can someone pop in there? Otherwise, it doesn't matter because second place will be enough in the round for Burak Kilic. He's now coming to complete his final lap. German. 18 years old. Older brother of Birken. Has been in his shadow in some ways, but certainly coming out of that now. So Burak Kilic will complete this lap and goes over with a 06005, but Coelho takes it with an 04603. So Coelho at the moment and Kilic are tied on points, but Kilic has the count back of the fastest individual run. But two things can happen now. Canas or somebody else can take the round entirely, which will take the whole thing into a different bit of counting. I think we'll then throw it back into Kilic's manner again. Or somebody can put themselves into that little tiny hole of 1.4 seconds between the two of them, and that would then hand it to Bruno. So that's how close it is. It is that close for TQ at the championship. Currently, they are tied on points. Burak has it from getting that fastest race time in Heat 1. But there are now two more heats of people who can spoil this, not necessarily by winning the round, but by getting in between. So, all looking a bit difficult. I think there's been timing now has moved back to Heat 7. Don't worry about that. I think that's because there's been an adjustment being made to the timing. It has. So this is your runners and riders for the next one. One, Carlos Canas. Davide Ongaro. There we go. So Canas, Ongaro, Navarro, Birkenkilic, Elliott Boots, Andrea Trevisan, Hampersberg, Giuseppe Tosconi, Pedro Gomez, Feli Clumsy, Alejandro Perez, and Carlos Duarez. So, rev, rev, rev. Let's see what happens next. Okay, so the warming up, drivers running round, getting ready to get going. Penultimate heat, it's all about this one. Minute 45 to go. Ongaro, will he play himself in? Who knows? JQ with green hair. Right, let's get ready to go, Zach. They're coming in, so they've got about a minute, so they'll come in for the fuel. They've still got a lap and a half where something will happen. And we get ready for the 5 minutes of boulder dashing action. Hello, getting a lot of praise on the chat, and he is incredibly versatile. Let's go. Pick up the car on the straight now. That's Canas. Did he pass the bell? He did start. So Canas started right at the front of the 5 minute period. Ooh. So Canas already, if Canas picks up TQ, the interesting thing is that doesn't actually guarantee him. I'm not sure. I think he's got a 3 as well. So I think actually he doesn't. I think it still stays with Kilic. If he TQs and no one gets in between the two of them, then it goes to Kilic. But I think at the moment Canas is a little bit off the pace in the first lap with a 34.6. Well, I didn't look too confident either. So Canas not looking his normal fluid safe. It doesn't matter though. He's not made a mistake, and you can get the time back. If it's just a second here or half a second there. And he only needs to kind of just find a couple of tenths here and a couple of tenths there. Boots has looked good on one lap. There goes Canas. Second lap round was a 34.0, so he's still not quite where he needs to be. He took 6 tenths out of it, so maybe he just took the decision to just play himself in the first heat. I'll play myself in. First heat, first lap. And now start pushing. Oh, up the inside, so he's helped out there. Nice movement there. Moves through. Canas. So that lap time round was a 33.9. So he's done 2 33s. Interesting, Elliott Boots is still the faster. They're both predicted to fall behind the time of Kilic, but only slightly. So I'm not quite sure what Elliott is. Canas carries going round. You'll have to see what Elliott's doing as he's on for a quick time at the moment. Double European champion Boots, of course, we're with non-European champions so far, but the European B and the European champion in E-Buggy, remember. Canas won the E-Buggy. So we'll wait here for now. Wait there now, Zach. Next car, sorry. That's Boots, who must have a little minor, well, I say minor, half a second. So he's dropped behind Canas. Canas now on for a 5:05 fight, which will actually stick him in between Kilic and Coelho. And if he actually finished with that, that would hand TQ back. Well, actually hand TQ to Bruno. Bruno would be the TQ if it carries on where it is. But if he carries on going quicker, he may actually get past where Bruno was and take the TQ himself, make the whole thing really confusing. 4-4-9-0. Yeah, he's now currently predicted to be actually the overall TQ as we watch Boots going round again. So Canas, who's just started slowly, just built it up, wound it up, faster and faster in that S-Works. And now, looking pretty good. Boots himself is looking like to get a hatful of points the first time. This will move him up with it. He's already in the semi-finals. This will move him up in the semi-finals. Will give him a lot of confidence. He's finally beginning to get into the track. Worked himself in around the 5th round. So, another lap completed for Canas. And that was a 33.6. I think Canas could take the TQ on this round. It's very, very close. Let's move forward to Canas. So I think he's 1 car ahead. There he is. He takes his last couple. He's done 7. He's got 2 more laps to go. At the moment, I think he's going to take the round, which wouldn't, I don't think, give him the overall victory. Because I think the count back would send it back to Kilic. It's very complicated because, of course, Kilic moves with 3 points. Because he's got a 3. And we'll put Coelho back to 3rd. So last lap, can Canas take the lead overall in the round? He's got 3 corners. He's looked like another good one. He was absolutely on for it. Turns it round, crosses the line in 5:04.152. Canas takes the round, or so far. 1-1 to go, of course. Canas with a 4-1. Boots with a 5. Now Boots has gone in between. Wow. So Boots has gone in between Canas and, sorry, in between Coelho and Kilic, and that, I think, has given TQ to one Carlos Canas. I think Carlos Canas has got the TQ because Elliot Boots has got himself in between the two of them. Ongaro, he didn't mention Ongaro at all in this entire thing. He's coming in 3rd. But Boots, I think, has managed to get in between Bruno and Burak, and that, I think, is going to give Canas the pole. The TQ. Let's see if I can find out. I'm not sure it's ready to go yet. I've got to wait for this race to officially finish. Jupiter's didn't start that one. There are the results. So, wow, now I'm just refreshing, doing the whole thing, finding out for you who is in the poll. Luckily, you can do this at this point. So the ranking lists on qualification. Here we go. Who is it? Who is it? Who is it? Who is it? Who is it with the 3? Oh, I've got one of those wheels of death. It's taking a while to calculate it. It's not coming. It's not coming. Come on, tell me. That's good. It's the time when your internet fails. It doesn't mean you need it most. Okay. I can officially confirm that as it stands at the moment, Juan Carlos Canas is your top qualifier. Burak Kilic is your 2nd qualifier. And Bruno Coelho is your 3rd qualifier. However, that could still change if people in this heat... It won't change... Actually, it might change the overall poll as well. It depends what happens here. It can still be changed. But as it stands at the moment, it is Canas, Kilic, Coelho, 1, 2, 3. But if, for example, another driver gets in between Bruno and Kilic, Kilic then drops down to 3rd. If someone TQs this round out of this group, then it gets, I think it goes back to Kilic again. So that's how close it is. That's how it's umming and ahhing and upping and downing and everything else. It is absolutely rocking and rolling. It is so close. That if any of the drivers from this heat, and there's a couple of guys who might possibly be able to do it, do manage to TQ this one, they will change it all over again. So don't say to have excitement about this. So it's all getting a little bit up there. We've not seen, the only person we've seen who's looked likely to take a round from this heat has actually been João Figueiredo, who was very, very, very likely to. Oh, I'm being told my count back is wrong, and Jay Concept's GT the Kilic can't go third. I think he can. I think if someone gets in between him and Bruno again, they'll push him down to third. Because his results on round one is a 4.2. Thank you, Jay Concept. I hadn't seen that one. Jay Concept pointed he cannot go out because he won't go back to 5. So that's really interesting. Thank you. I had missed he already had a 4. Thank you. So he can't go. He cannot go into third. So he's either first or second. So Kilic is first or second. Coelho seems to be third or lower. Canas is first or second. Is how I'm seeing it. So it's all to play for, even though none of the drivers in this heat can actually take pole. Oh, TQ, so I keep saying pole, it's like can take TQ. That's not possible for any of them to take TQ. They can spoil different people's parties depending where they are. So Burak will apparently always be ahead of Coelho. But Canas at the moment on 3 points. If someone else takes the pole, Canas drops to third with 5 points. So if Battle or Burton or Barufalo or Figueiredo or Una Hatton or Max Gotzel or Brian Baldo or Johnny Skidmore, Alexander Chetin or Pecco Evening or Andre Bento or Clement Bolo take the win of the round, they would push Juan Carlos Canas down to third and move Burak Kilic back up to first, and weirdly Bruno moved to second as well. Figueiredo realistically is the only person who could do this, and in doing it he was still going to move to fourth. Ronald Falcon currently in sixth. May move for Boots has moved up to seventh for that good last run, which made up and down. Birkin Kilic, not a good run, but he's still done enough for a top 10. Anyway, we'll run them all down at the end of the next race. We'll give him the whole top 20. So, down to how long before we start? I need to press the button there. We're down to about 11 seconds. Let's get the camera up and rolling. And let's see if we can pick up car number 4. Yes, down the straight now. Let's go. Car number 4 of Figueiredo. He's the man I think most likely has the pace to cause problems for the Canas, Kilic and Coelho triumvirate. So this is his first lap, and away he goes in 33.6. So straight off, Figueiredo is absolutely on it. And this could be very bad news for Juan Carlos Canas and very good news for Birkin Kilic. So Figueiredo being engineered by Mick Craddock on the KO show. Well, Battle actually was even quicker with a 33.5, so there's two of them trying to spoil the party. some back marker issues here, and he moved out the way. Shouted at by the locals. 34-0 for Figueiredo that time round. Robert Battle not really shown brilliantly so far, but I'm expecting that will improve. It's very, very tight in this middle field behind them. Ricky Burton showing a bit of presence as well. Battle goes to the top again on 7-3, so Battle looking very, very good. A couple of drivers, some of the older drivers found their mojo. So Boots absolutely find his mojo in the last heat. Down he goes, and that lap round was a 34-2, so pace just a little bit tricky and off there, I think, actually, for Figueiredo. Needs to find a couple more yards of speed. So coming into the switchback, so it's Figueiredo from Evening now, but Evening's 3 seconds back. Figueiredo on for a 5:051, which actually would stick him in between Kilic and Coelho, which wouldn't have Coelho and Kilic, which wouldn't have the effect we thought, because of course Birkin has a 4 as a backup already and won't drop. It's only if they can get under the 4.124 of Canas and take the round. And the man who's looking at the moment is Ronald Battle, so we need to find the number 1 car. So go back to the weight resting position. I'll tell you when he comes. Should be along in a moment, like a London bus. There he is now. This one coming down the hill. That's the one. That's Robert. Last time around a 33.9. Still on for round TQ, but only by 0.2 of a second. So he's going to have to make sure he gets everything right. The man who won the European Championship in 2007. That's 15 years ago he was European champion. He was also European champion in 2011 and European champion in 2017. And he was world champion in 2012. And certainly, he's actually Spanish champion last year, so it's not all about the past. He's got an issue with the traffic car in front of him. That needs to be moved out of the way very rapidly by the referee. 33.3. Fantastic lap time by Robert there. Obviously very impressed to be with us. Now look, this car needs to get out of the way. And they've gone. Still cost him a few tenths. So is Robert going to throw his hat into the ring for this championship in round 5? And in doing so, bequeath Birkin Kilic the pole position, or I keep saying, I'm going to say it's the pole position flip. I know it's TQ. Figueiredo is on for a 5. So Kilic is going to be dropping this round, whatever happens. But it doesn't matter. He's got that 4 from, I think, round 2 or round 1. Robert on for... Oh, up then it's all gone. And that is great news for Juan Carlos Canas. Because with that error, it's going to drop Robert from being able to take the TQ of the round, and in doing that, it's going to mean that Canas will stay TQ of the round, and Canas will stay TQ of the entire event. How many seconds was that he lost? It's up to 5 seconds. 5 seconds. In fact, Figueiredo now is the top scorer in this one. Oh, Robert, it's so close. But we can pretty much now declare, and we can declare, that Juan Carlos Canas is your TQ of the 2022 1/8 off-road Euros. The second, oh, it's just got worse now. The second qualifier will be Burak Kilic, and the third qualifier will be Bruno Coelho. That's your 1, 2, and 3. And we will give you the top 16 in just a couple of seconds. So, fantastic there. Up until 2 laps at the end of the qualifying, it was completely in doubt who was going to be able to do this. But now it's all... There's one car, Brian Battle hasn't made the trip. Just waiting for you going to come over. In they all come. Just waiting for the cars to come through. So the race is finished. Need to give them a few seconds to upload the results. Where are we at? Okay, this is your official top rankings for the 2022 EFRA 1/8 off-road viewers. Your pole sitting, cute second, I'll start again. For the EFRA 22, your TQ man with 3 points is one Carlos Canas of Spain. In second, it is Burak Kilic from Germany, and third is Bruno Coelho from Portugal. Your fourth qualifier is Davide Ongaro from Italy, and it's Hal Figueiredo from Portugal in 5. They run out the Swede is 6, and then Birkin Kilic from Germany is in 7. Elliot Boots has qualified 8th for the UK. Ricardo Burton is in 9th and Marco Baruffalo in 10th, both for Italy. Spain's Royal Battle after that disappointing last run is in 11th. 12th is Ricardo Montero from Portugal. It's the Spanish junior Daniel Parente in 13th. Pekko Ivanen goes straight into the semi-finals in 14th. Jorn Neumann from Pekko's from Finland, of course. Jorn Neumann from Germany is in 15th, and Oscar Baldo takes the last slot in the semi-finals for Spain. Just missing out is Una Hatton in 17th, Jordan Lott from France in 18th, Alex Ancetti, the Italian, in 19th, Johnny Skidmore for UK in 20, Andrea Trevisan is 21st, René Savoy is 22nd, and Alejandro Perez is in 23rd, Theo Lemarie 24th, Hampus Berg 25th, Oscar Navarro 26th, Penny Clumsy 27th, Pedro Gomez 28th, Giuseppe Toscani 29th, and Martin Volanka is in 30th. In the real issue, who is qualified above whom? Joseph Quagreen qualifies in 42nd, whereas in 46th place is Jessica Palston. JQ is allowed to continue racing for at least one more day. Right, that winds up this morning's action for you. We'll be back after lunch with some finals action. The time we're back is 3 o'clock-ish local, which is 4 o'clock in Europe. And we look forward to seeing you then. Thank you for being with us, and have a nice lunchtime.
RCGP loves Great Britain. So much so, on August the 5th, 2022, we're coming home for some British hijinks and all-out nitro buggy racing action.
Hello, everybody. Oh, we just gone out. I've had to cough. Another super smooth entry there. Nick comes back on air immediately, tickly throat.
I did wonder why you paused.
So we're coming back now. This is the afternoon of the very much lower finals here in Portugal for the 1/8 Off-Road Euros 22. We've got 6 finals, I think, this afternoon. Starting with a pair of 256 finals, 4 of whom will bump up. And it's Sergio Gomez in 1 from Portugal, Raul Infante in 2 from Spain, Fernando Cabrera from Spain in 3, Marwin de Groot from Netherlands in 4, Koen Middelkoop from Netherlands in 5, Juuso Tieranen in Finland in 6, Jose Ribeiro 7 from Switzerland, Serafim Kota 8 from Portugal, and Paulo Almeida from Portugal on 9.
What's going on?
Just trying to get Marshall, I think. Someone broken the chair. Not very strong chairs. I don't really on air talking about this now. I forgot we're on air now. And I was about to say, well, I'll say it anyway. They're not very strong chairs, and some of the people are quite stressful of chairs by weight.
Me being one of them.
Yeah, but you're not on an uneven surface.
I don't know.
Oh, I don't know. So there will be a 3-minute warm-up, and then we have the excitement of a 20-minute final? Yeah, 20-minute final.
I need to check something.
All the kart tyres are laid out, delineating the start points. We've actually polished them up and sort of painted them, varnished them. It's quite nice. Get to that in a second. Say like hello and thank you to invisiblespeed.net and S-Works and RCGP who are sponsoring the event, and obviously thank you to EFRA who are the organising body for this big race. It's a big race. So the cars are back in here. So Zach, if you could pally up with all the machines will be brought out in a second. And cars in the grid. I don't know a man sitting there. That's right in the way. Can't see the track if he sits there as a marshal. The chair is way too far. He's got the place where it should be. It's over there to the left. I'll have to sneakily go and move that marshal's chair. Okay, get ready for the first final. There are 9 starters, 4 of which will bump up to the 128th. 20 minutes, probably 2 stops. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 of the 9 are over 40. So it's a mature race, this one. Cars are down. Oh, that was a massive jump start by Gomez. I don't think it called for it, but Sergio Gomez jumped the start by a country mile, and he's now just hit the barrier. Yeah, he's hit the barrier now. So, yeah, and the lead is over. So we'll wait a while and let it settle down and see who ends up ahead and who ends up behind. With two cars dicing, I don't think for a second they're car 1 and 2, but we'll find out when they come up and over and pass me in a minute. They're going over the rollers. And the Irish numbers 5. Oh dear, it's 1 and 5 actually. I'm surprised Gomez hasn't been called for a jump start, to be honest. Pulling away as he is now. Seems to have lost one of the cars already. Oh no, just very late. So this is our leader, Sergio Gomez. And indeed, he is serving a stop and go for his jump start. So, it's just a drive through. He's got a drive through for his jump start. It doesn't affect the fact he's still leading. He's leading from Marwin de Groot and Jose Ribeiro. Let's just drop back one to de Groot, because who knows what's going to happen in the next 20 minutes. There's de Groot, the other white and yellow car. All of them struggling for the 40-second mark for laps. Oh, there's the leader on his back, so I think de Groot now has taken the lead. Might be wrong. Already the cars all over the place. But I think this now is Marvin in the lead, yeah. The 6th car of Tuninen's upside down in front of me. So it's a Dutch 1-2 now. De Groot from Middelkoop. Sorry. With Sergio Gomez, Fernando Cabrera in 3rd and 4th. When we get a bit further on in time, we'll start looking at the key positions actually, of course, which is 4th and 5th, which is the bump ups. Over the loop. Marwin does a 40.3. 39.3 for Middelkoop, Ribeiro, and then Gomes. So Middelkoop's lead is about 2.5 seconds. They don't seem to be on the same. Oh, I think it's Almeida ahead of him, about to be lapped. And he is lapped. Oh no, he's going to hit him instead. So let's have a look at what happened there. I think he thought he was being let through, and he just came in and they had a bit of an aerial conflict, aerial conflagration. T-Pro Racing. Oh, there's our leader sitting in a fence. However, his lead is now 7 seconds from Sergio Gomez. Kerr Middelkoop had a very bad lap last time around, dropped right down. So de Groot leads, Gomez 2nd, Cabrera 3rd, Ribeiro 4th, Middelkoop 5th. Up through the infield section. Lead, as you can see, is about 3.1 seconds. That isn't 2nd place behind him. Drop back 2, Zach, and that will be 2nd place if it turns up, which should be Sergio Gomez. However, I'm not sure that is, because I thought Gomez was lighter yellow than that, and Gomez may have had a problem. Could be wrong. Let's see who's in 2nd. Nope, there is Gomez apparently. Was that Cabrera? I missed something in the middle. It's Cabrera, isn't it? That's the third place man, that's why. So the car behind was actually Gomez. I thought it was a back marker. Anyway, it doesn't matter. Now Cabrera, we're looking with the third place man, just trying to keep the car straight, going across that ridge in the switchback. Oh, that's not the track. That's all right. Got away with that one. Heart and mouth. So the lead is still Marwan de Groot, who's got a very short lead over Sergio Gomez. In fact, according to this, he should be in second. I'm not sure if he is. It is it. Gomez has just taken the lead. De Groot second. Cabrera we're on his third. You can see De Groot just ahead of him. So second and third are close. That's fourth there in the background, having a bit of a... Ooh, just slightly overran that one. Obviously, top internal tabletop on that 180, well, more than, not quite 180 hairpin. So he's gaining on De Groot. Cabrera and De Groot coming together for second and third. Looking to bump up to the next final. Oh, fuel stop, let's see. Oh, dear. So fuel stop comes in, doesn't get quite right at the entry. That's cost me a few seconds. Absolutely into the dark now. He's right over there. We're going to sort that one out. Cabrera. So, ooh, there you go. Despite that bad entry, he's still come out just ahead of De Groot. So that's second and third. Oh, no, De Groot out the inside. Bit of a battle here now between the second and third. Gomez, De Groot. This is De Groot and Cabrera. Cabrera's leading now in the yellow, and oh, red been hit. Oh, no sense of waiting there for De Groot. I'm sure Cabrera will remember that in a minute. Oh, that's a bit unfortunate. Picked up. Bad landing, slap landing, got landed and then pinged off the rebound of the bottom of the chassis. Got the zoom of doom. Got back two, or just one. No, it was forward one, back one. Right, stay with that. Back where we were. Let's see where we are. He is now in relation to middle coupe. The answer is a long way away. So middle coupe's 5 seconds behind in fourth. Oh, that's not the way you go. Out to halfway. Portugal, Netherlands. Spain. Another upside down moment for Cabrera. I think that was middle clip going past him. It was. The question really is, where is Chironen? Because he is the one who is liable to perhaps knock either of those out of the final bump up place. Oh. Got back one. And that should be Turunen. He is the chaser, trying to find that final bump up slot. Oh dear. So with 8 minutes to go, so 12 minutes gone, it's Sergio Gomez who's leading by quite a long way. Let's wait for to go to cross it. So he's leading by 23 seconds. Middle Club is 3 seconds behind De Groot. Cabrera is 5 seconds behind Middle Club, but they're all bumping up, and it's this car here of Juuso Turunen, who is a couple of seconds back from Fernando Cabrera. That's Fernando hopping out of the shot to your right then. And the reason this is significant is, of course, whoever comes fourth is the last person to bump up from this final, which obviously means you move up to take a place towards the rear of the grid in the 1/128th final. There you come. Another lap completed. Turunen now in third. Got past Cabrera. So more problems there, was that? Yeah, it's all gone for Turunen. Does tend to be like this in the first couple of finals. It's just a case of working out which four cars are going to finish. And De Groot currently dropping back. Oh, I'll take some fuel. So it's Gomez, Middle Coupe, Cabrera, De Groot. Just running through their second fuel. Yeah, just go for it. So, Gomez from Middle Coupe, from Marvin de Groot, Fernando Cabrera, Jussi Turunen. Turunen had a very bad lap a minute ago, which has taken him right out of contention. I think he had a flame out. We saw him being rescued. It was a minute 27, so we're at the pit situation here, but I think only 4 cars are sort of on the lead lap. Yeah, I mean, Fernando Cabrera is 40 seconds ahead of Marvin de Groot had a bad lap as well. So there's still a possibility for all these people because other people have mistakes around them. So Gomez has got a big lead. Cohen Middle Clip is okay. Let's see if we can wait for our leader. So just reposition the top. When there he is, that one white into yellow. That's he had to be marshalled before he got onto the camera. Hence, he was 5 seconds, but he is in the lead by quite a long way. Sergio Gomez. Cohen Middle Coupe is a long way behind. Still doesn't complete the next lap yet. So he's 31 seconds back, is Middle Coupe. Fernando Cabrera, I'm not sure how much further behind he is than Cohen Middle Coupe with 3 minutes to go, 2.5 minutes to go. He's 13 seconds behind. Marvin de Groot, another bad lap. He's only 4 seconds behind Fernando. And the bump up place, which should be taken, which Jussi Turunen was going for before he had that very bad lap, is a long way back. So the top 4 pretty safe and secure. Barring disaster, which in fairness all these drivers are liable to commit a disaster at some point. Another lap for Gomez. Turunen is such a long way behind. He's only 30 seconds away from his bump up. It's going to need a breakdown. Look, it might well get lapped actually. Oh, by Gomez. But he has been lapped. So Middle Coupe's missing. Middle Coupe is missing. This throws it all open. Middle Coupe goes no, he's back again. He's had a 49-second lap, so he was quite missing. But the 49-second lap was more of an issue. So Gomez now leading by a lap, so that's all right for him after a jump start. Minute to go. The 8 car of Serafin Kota is flamed. Here's Gomez looking relatively settled now, quite confident. Oh, no, it doesn't really matter, it's a lap ahead, so a swift bit of rolling isn't going to be a problem. Serafin Kota appears to be out, as does. Looks like Jussi Turunen has finished. Sergio Gomez, 6 seconds to go. So Jussi Turunen is missing and retired. They're on their last laps now. Oof, flew up the inside of the purple car. Raul Infante has moved into 5th. So it's all over bar the shouting. And there's not much shouting in it, to be honest. So the result is, though we are waiting for Middle Coupe to actually finish officially, even though it doesn't affect his position, because he crossed the line half a second to go. You have Sergio Gomez, co-Middle Coupe, Fernando Cabrera and Marwin de Groot. So a good day for the Netherlands. Their two drivers both bumped up. They are bumping up Raul Infante, Jose Ribeiro, Jussi Turunen, Paulo Almeida and Serafin Kota. That is the end of the European Championships for this year. That was the 256 A final. Oh, it's the only one. 256 B final. Is next up. If you are watching on YouTube, I'm going to stop and then restart the YouTube streams because they're only allowed to run for 8 hours and we've been going about 7.5 and there's 2 more to go. So this is a good place to stop and start the YouTube, the Facebook stream. So if you're on YouTube, they're fine. If you're on the Facebook, we're going to stop the Facebook stream on RC Racing TV and we're going to stop the Facebook stream on EFRA and then we'll start a new one in about 30 seconds.